Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully you guys are all having a fantastic Sunday. I remembered the day this time. Let's see, we have in stream, we have Tyler, Indiana, Ben, Caleb, Chip, Evie, as well as Sam. I'm going to go down just a little bit more. Rockets, Pete. Glad to have you guys all in here. Lakeisha as well. Welcome to the stream, Allie, and everybody else who is in here who may not be chatting, or if I forgot to welcome you, or if you're just tuning in, random guy, welcome to the stream as well. Glad to have you guys all in here. Billy, welcome to the stream, and let's go ahead, and we're going to get to our main scene first right here before we start getting into any actual coverage, because I want to go over a couple things, and then once we get to that first tornado warning, which will be sometime today, eventually we will have a tornado warning. I'm very confident in that. Then we will start our full coverage mode once that happens. So glad to have you guys all in here. I appreciate everybody tuning in today. Hopefully everyone once again is having a fantastic Sunday. Hopefully your weekend was at least somewhat enjoyable. Got to go back to work and school tomorrow. Or maybe you're on spring break. I know spring break is starting up for many people. I know next week Lucky will be on spring break, so I'm not sure exactly when it starts in each one of y'all states, but in North Carolina, Virginia, typically it is about the very last week of March into early April. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about a threat for few tornadoes, some large hail, as well as some damaging winds. Also, welcome Lily to the stream, and Williams as well. Glad to see you guys in here. So, yeah, we've got a slight risk for severe weather today. They didn't upgrade to an enhanced risk like I was originally thinking they would. They've decided to just stick with a slight risk level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. But this slight risk is pretty large. They've expanded it back up into Kentucky as well as into western Tennessee. And they've also expanded it all the way down here to Austin, Texas. So we've got a very large slight risk for severe weather. There wasn't enough confidence in significant damaging winds to introduce that enhanced risk over this corridor, but still we are looking at a widespread damaging wind event today. Could see some isolated gusts as high as 70, 75 miles per hour for today. And of course, we're going to be talking about the potential for tornadoes. I think our primary tornado threat is going to be on more of the northern side of this risk region. So maybe that primary tornado threat could extend all the way down into northeastern Louisiana. So generally, this is going to be the area we watch for our prime threat for tornadoes today. Personally, I would be targeting more of probably south central Tennessee. I don't think I would target these prefrontals out here because they should be relatively messy and probably a little bit more high precipitation. So I would probably target that storm entering just north of the Memphis metro area in southwest Tennessee. That is the storm I would go for. It appears that that is pretty much on the cold front. I believe that is very close to, if not on the cold front. Your cold front is somewhere back out here. So that is very, very close to, if not on your cold front there. And these are your primary prefrontal severe storms here. You can see, ever since we started the live stream, we actually just got 2 new severes here. We got one for Lake Providence, Northeast Louisiana, 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We got another one up here in northeastern Mississippi, and there's that severe thunderstorm watch just got issued. So northeast Mississippi here, also one for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we do have one, like I mentioned before, north of Memphis for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So according to the SPC, they also expect our northern risk area to be the primary risk for severe weather. As you can see, they did just issue this severe watch and not a tornado watch. That's due to the lack of lower level wind shear being present south of north central Mississippi. So I do think our primary tornado threat will be focused up into probably the absolute prime tornado threat, where I think we have the highest chance for a tornado, is right in here. That's the main area for tornadoes, in my opinion, after doing all the analysis earlier today. And then I decided we'd go live just because it seems like a pretty good threat for severe weather today. So yeah, just make sure you're hyper weather aware out there. If you are storm chasing, make sure you're careful. And if you are chasing, I would also, depending on exactly where you are, but I would recommend probably going for this storm in Memphis. It is a discrete storm. And once it eventually gets into that better wind shear, just barely off to the east, it should be able to begin to rotate. But it seems like we are having a bit of an over-convection mess out here in Mississippi. So that's why I probably wouldn't end up going for any of these, even though we do have the presence of an upper-level mesocyclone south of Boonville. So, oh, they just upped that to 1.5-inch hail. So there you go. This could spin up a brief tornado. But personally, I just wouldn't be targeting them. They seem way too high precipitation and probably going to be too clustered. So I would end up going for more of near the Memphis metro area. We are getting a new HRRR now, so we'll let that just render in whilst we keep talking about our threats. So let's go over the probabilities for today. From the Storm Prediction Center, obviously you saw that slight risk level 2 out of 5 there in the yellow. But for our tornado risk, we do actually have a very large 5% tornado risk now. Yesterday, we were looking at this threat, and if you could recall, we did just have a small 5% down in this area. They've now expanded that small 5% to go all the way up into Tennessee. So remember that conditional strong tornado threat I was talking about yesterday. They've now included that 5% for that conditional strong tornado threat up in this area. However, wind shear seems to be still, even though it seems somewhat sufficient, should be around 200 meters squared second squared in the lower 0 to 1 kilometer. For helicity, it still seems like it is going to be a little bit on the lower side, so they haven't introduced a 10 significant risk, and they most likely won't. Our next update is at 9 p.m., and I extremely doubt they'll be introducing an enhanced risk at that time. So this is most likely going to be our final outlook. Like I said, we get one at 9, but that's when storms will be well ongoing and probably growing upscale at 9 Eastern about 3 hours from now. So yeah, there's your damaging wind risk as well. Very large, 15% chance for damaging winds. A little surprised we didn't see any hatched area. They haven't included any regions for a hatched risk for damaging winds, but on their watches, I believe both of these. Let's see, this one. Yeah, so this one, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Whoa. 2.5-inch hail on that watch. Last time I saw it was 2-inch for this watch, right? Yeah, so a little bit larger hail on that new severe watch is possible, but generally we're looking at significant damaging winds and significant hail. Tornadoes seem to still be a concern today, but they're not on the highest probability level. Our highest probability is wind and hail. both of which are 15%. Overall, the biggest risk is technically hail. You can see here we've got that very large slight risk. And if we look at wind probabilities, you can see that doesn't go into South Central Texas. And the 5% slight risk for tornadoes definitely doesn't go anywhere near Texas there. So the absolute highest threat today is hail. They are mentioning 2.5-inch hail being possible today. So a little surprise there. A little surprise there. I was thinking 2-inch in diameter, but they did go ahead and up that to 2.5. So, yeah, I don't think our strong tornado threat is as notable as what I originally was thinking. It's still a conditional risk. We were seeing uptrends this morning, but then it seems like those uptrends kind of just leveled off as they normally do. So we could still end up with an isolated strong tornado threat today, but it's going to take the absolute perfect supercell all by its lonesome in the open warm sector, which would probably be, considering Mississippi is currently overconvecting, that would probably be southern Tennessee where we have that best opportunity. Because like I just said there, you've got an overconvection issue already starting in Mississippi and into Alabama as well as western Tennessee. So really just east of the Memphis metro, that's going to be your best opportunity for a strong tornado threat today. Even though that strong tornado threat is still fairly low, there's a good chance we go throughout all of today without ever seeing a strong tornado. Hence why we don't have a 10 sig tor. Let's see here. Tornado prediction forecast. Random, that's been out for like a month now, buddy. That's been out for like a month. I'm not too sure exactly what you're saying there, because I'm pretty sure if you've been on my channel, you've seen that video. There's a pretty good chance you have. My forecast was out before, at least on YouTube, mine was out before Reed's. I can't remember if he put his out on Twitter first or not. I think he did. And then, of course, Trey put his out. What? I think Trey put his out literally one day before mine, but I didn't change any of mine. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't too far off of Trey's forecast. That's the last thing you want to do. Don't want to go too far off of Trey's forecast, because that's who's probably one of the more accurate forecasters in the entire community. So, our peak tornado threat today probably will be between 7 and 9 p.m. Eastern. That is what I'm thinking. Between 7 and 9 p.m. Eastern time, I believe will be the absolute peak threat for tornadoes. I do think we have the opportunity for a few tornadoes today, so I wouldn't be shocked if we end up with multiple tornado warnings at one point. But like I mentioned before, the main hazard... Ooh, look at that. Already a little... Yep! Already a mesocyclone going up on that one. There you go. Tor possible severe. I was just about to say that. So, like I was about to say... dang, that's getting pretty tight already. Hail is the biggest issue today. Let's go to that newest frame. Yeah, look at that. That's already a pretty good mesocyclone starting up right there. If that gets any tighter, we could very easily see a tornado warning for the northern metro of Memphis here, and or just north of Memphis. So, I mean, right on time, right? What I was talking about there. Once it enters western Tennessee, that's where your wind shear is slightly better, as well as your ingredients. Overall, your ingredients are substantially higher out here in Tennessee. Let's go back over here again. I will show you guys meso analysis in just a couple minutes. I kind of want to just stay with this storm. So if you are in the path of this storm, Millington, Rosemark, Ellendale, Lakeland, Mason, Stanton, Somerville, Oakland, kind of northeast Memphis, Tennessee. Make sure you're keeping a close eye on this one. This one definitely has the highest short-term tornado threat, and probably the best opportunity we're going to see for a strong tornado today is going to come out of this storm. Now, whether or not it actually produces a strong tornado, that's a whole different story, but just the environment in front of this is probably the most favorable environment we're going to end up seeing today. in terms of a tornado threat. Either, yeah, because like I said, central northern Mississippi, that's over convecting right now. You've got about a 35 knot lower level jet. You've got about a perfect 10-degree temperature dew point spread. You're at about, oh, and here we go. There you go. Here comes our first tornado warning of the day, which is going to put us into full coverage mode. Are you ready? Get ready for the beep. Already got a tornado warning. I would guarantee that it is on this one. There you go. Gotta wait for the beep. So now a tornado warning for Millington, Rosemark, and Arlington.
Tornado warning for northeastern Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, southern Tipton County in West Tennessee, northern Shelby County in West Tennessee, Crittenden County in Arkansas, Shelby, and Tipton County in Tennessee.
Doggone 15 minutes into the live stream, we already getting tornado warnings. So things really going just as planned here, with things starting to pop off at 6 o'clock. Not the strongest area of rotation there. So that is good news. It looks like that mesocyclone just already slightly broke up just the smallest bit. So we'll continue to monitor that very closely. And those areas I just called out. Millington, Rosemark, Arlington, you need to be seeking shelter. Lakeland, Ellendale, it is barely to your north where that tornado warning is. Memphis, seems like this is going to stay just barely off to your north as well. It depends on what you consider Memphis city limits here. I'm not sure what the Memphis city limits are, but you can see there's still quite the population in this area inside that tornado warning, which I'd assume that's considered Ellendale and not actually part of the Memphis metro. So if you're in like downtown Memphis, you're fully cleared. If you're in downtown Memphis, southern Memphis, eastern Memphis, I mean, you guys are all clear. This storm's going to go just to your north. Millington, Rosemark, Arlington, you guys are in the direct path of this storm, capable of producing a tornado. Like I just said seconds ago, I think that this is going to be our best opportunity to see a strong tornado threat today. This environment is probably the best we're going to end up seeing. We do have a slightly better environment in central Mississippi, but it's already over convecting, and storms are moving out of that environment. They're moving northeast, so they're moving away from that best environment. Whereas this storm here, that is in far eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, that is actually moving into a better environment. Also, a huge thing is it's discrete. It is discrete. Yep, Kyle Larson won that race, huh? I was watching that on the side, Pete. I was watching that on the side just in case we ended up with an overtime. He deserved that win. Let's see here. We're going to go to, just quickly, I want to go back down into this area. So, yeah, we did just get a significant severe for 2-inch hail. Northeastern Louisiana. I believe that is our first significant severe of the day. If you don't know what a significant severe is, it is a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing greater than or equal to 1.75-inch hail, as well as stronger than or equal to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So that is a significant severe. And you can see here, we actually have one warned for 2-inch hail there. So it could be just for hail, it could be just for wind, or it could be for both. Just one of these requirements. This either has to be 70 or greater, and this either has to be 1.75 or greater, or it could be both of them. But at least one has to meet that criteria of 1.75 plus inch hail or 70 plus mile an hour winds for it to be considered a significant severe. That was the wrong reflectivity. There you go. So you can see this area of rotation has broadened out quite a bit. That's good news. When it was first tornado warned, it was actually getting quite worrying tide here. I mean, we got up to about 60 mile an hour, 50, 60 mile an hour rotation there at one point. But then next scan, it just fell right apart. So Either way, this could very easily recycle. It is now in a very well formed supercellular structure. If we take a look here at ZDR, you can see this ZDR arcing right in here, and actually a very clear butterfly split supercell right in this area, indicated on ZDR as well. So very healthy storm structure. Very healthy storm structure here. It shouldn't die out. It does have a cluster of storms behind it, but I don't believe those will affect it significantly. We'll see about that. We'll see. I do want to go back over to Tupelo, Mississippi's radar site. Check on this thing here so you can see that also that mesocyclone has weakened out. It was pretty strong here south of Boonville, northeast Mississippi, just quite well to the north of Tupelo. Yeah, there's Tupelo. So north of Tupelo. It still looks like we have some inflow very much present in this area here, but no significant outbound winds here. So it still has that shape to it. So just if you're in Boonville, northeastern Mississippi, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. For the next couple minutes, the storm's really already passing off to your east here. So the main area to watch is now going to be more towards Paden, Dennis, and what is that last town name right there? Belmont. So those are going to be the three areas to watch, most specifically Paden, northeastern Mississippi. You can see the higher DBZ colors here, almost up to 70 DBZ. So this could produce large hail, even up to potentially 1.75 inch in diameter, as it's still on a strengthening trend here. All right, let's go back up to Memphis, where we have that tornado warning just north of Memphis, Tennessee. Just make sure you are in your safe spot if you're inside that active tornado warning. There we go. Want to do that. And let me go ahead and show you guys the environment. Hold on, I'm going to have to switch this over to here as well. There we go, perfect. Here is your new meso analysis. It's what, like 22Z, 20Z? 22Z, that's what I was thinking. 22Z. Which one's going to be the best for y'all? Probably this one here. Nope, we'll just go for the deep south one. There you go, we'll go for this one. So this is your surface observations. Right away, the first two things I look at is obviously your temperatures and your dew points. And right off the bat, the first one that I look at is going to be the one in Memphis. And you can see right now, we are at 72 over 61. That is pretty much perfect for tornadoes. That is really perfect for tornadic activity there. Most of these are really good for tornadic activity. They start to get a lot worse once you get kind of into northeastern Louisiana, like past right here. Past like right in here. They start to get worse for tornadic activity. West of that pink line there. So going into like central Louisiana, all of Texas, Arkansas, that's where your tornado ingredients get less because of maybe less moisture or too high of a temperature dew point spread. But generally east of that pink line is where our greatest tornado threat is, and this is most specifically where our highest threat for tornadoes today will exist generally in this area. Like I mentioned, we are seeing a bit of an overconvection issue here in northeastern Mississippi. So that might prevent tornadoes in the very short term, but if things can get sorted out there and we end up with more of a semi-discrete mode, could easily see a couple tornadoes in about an hour or so once that sorts itself out in north central Mississippi. You could see that storm all by itself, Arkansas-Tennessee border, and really a prime environment for tornadoes. If you go to instability, we are very much plentiful for instability. With this dark red line here, that is your favorable amount of instability. That's 500 instability, which is sufficient enough for thunderstorms. Now, your very most favorable instability is 1,000 joules per kilogram. That's what you'll hear a lot, especially as we get into April and May. We're going to look more for 1,000 instability as opposed to 500 for storms to fires. So that would be this line right in here. That's your 1,000 instability line right there. And you can see it's over the entire warm sector, right? It's over the entire warm sector. So definitely no issue there in terms of moisture or instability. The thing we are lacking in is wind shear. Look at your surface to 1 kilometer wind shear, and you can see that is highest across western Tennessee into northern Mississippi. So that's where our wind shear is the most favorable for tornadoes. However, that most prime area for wind shear is displaced. You can see that greatest area of wind shear is actually in Kentucky, which is where our cape starts to get too low when our dew points aren't high enough. So you have a bit of a misplaced area. Your dew points are a little too low further north. Your shear is near perfect a little bit more north, but your thermodynamics as a whole are too low for tornadoes. So you got to find that sweet spot of where the best wind shear and the best instability will overlap, which should be somewhere in this vicinity right here. Should be where that best environment overlaps. And we can look at that quite easily on supercell composite. And you can see I'm a little bit too far, no, not really, a little bit not perfect. Let's put it that way. In reality, your most favorable environment is right in here. That's where your most favorable environment is. And keep in mind, you got to also take into account storm mode, dew point temperature spread, and other ingredients as well that supercell composite may not take into account. So just generally the area we should be watching for tornadoes is western Tennessee and northern Mississippi. That's just generally the area we should be watching. And then, of course, as we go into 4 hours, 2 to 4 hours from now, those ingredients will continue to push eastward with time. And this is your surface to 3 kilometer wind shear. And again, you're looking at more of northern Mississippi into western Tennessee for that best environment for wind shear overlapping with instability. Because you can see here you've got plenty of wind shear in south central Kentucky. But if we switch over to Cape, you have no Cape. So our best environment isn't overlapping into Kentucky at the moment. So difficult. That's why we're not expecting a notable strong tornado threat today, because where you have plenty of Cape, you're lacking in wind shear, and where you have plenty of wind shear, you're lacking in Cape. If we do get a more broad view here, this is the reason for our thunderstorm activity today. It's a low pressure centered over central Wisconsin. You can see a negatively tilted trough orientated generally like this, pointing to the southeast, which is a negatively tilted trough ejection. And you can see that's quite far to the north as well, which is, again, contributing to lesser wind shear in our primed area for instability. If we look at our wind shear in the surface to 1 kilometer, again, you can see how it's over this entire area here. That's your most favorable area for wind shear. And just looking at instability, we can see see how small that looks now. Look at that. This is your most favorable area for Cape right there. So you've just got this tiny little indent in western Tennessee where you have both of those really overlapping the best. So I just wanted to explain our setup a bit for you right there, just so you know generally why we aren't going to see a tornado outbreak today. We're not going to be seeing, well, hopefully we won't be seeing a tornado outbreak today. If we somehow do see that, it would probably be from a line of embedded cells as opposed to like a supercell outbreak per se. Let's see. We did have reports of a wall cloud on this storm as it was still in eastern Arkansas. I'm assuming that was somewhere near Clarkdale or so. Someone reported a forming wall cloud on Twitter. So I don't think that's going to end up showing up on our software. So good news if you do live out here in western Tennessee or are under this tornado warning. It seems like the area of rotation is very weak. Just very weak, very disorganized rotation now. So as fast as that area of rotation formed, it dissipated. I do believe this will have another shot at producing a tornado. I don't think we're even remotely close to done with this storm. Let's go back to Mississippi. Again, I'm curious about Mississippi. So maybe a little uptick. Is that going to be tornado possible or not? No. So just very little upticks in velocity. No notable upticks enough for them to put a tornado possible tag on this. So we'll just keep an eye on it. But it doesn't look overly impressive at the moment. Also, keep an eye on these prefrontals. Although they are messy, they could still pose a very low-end tornado risk, especially as they move into far northeastern Mississippi. Again, thankfully, we don't have a very high-end environment today, or these would end up being big, big issues later on. If our trough was just a little bit more south, this definitely would have been a tornado outbreak setup. So thankfully, our trough is a little bit too far north. Even with it being a little bit too far north, we're still ending up with plenty of severe warnings and the occasional tornado warning. We've got 2 new severes out here around Jackson. One of them significant for the Crystal Springs area. So make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. 2-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for Crystal Springs, Mississippi, southwest of Jackson, Mississippi. Another storm northwest of Jackson, Mississippi for Clinton, as well as Edwards, Mississippi for 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still have that significant severe for Lake Providence, 2-inch hail there. Is that all of our severes? I think so. We are, again, also seeing some storms firing off in Texas. So we'll keep an eye on those. Those should really just be hail producers. Maybe the isolated wind gust. Can't completely rule out a tornado somewhere in between central Louisiana and into Texas, but the threat in this area overall is extremely low. Just somewhere in here, we might see an area of rotation. Wind shear is not going to be good whatsoever in this area, so I do not expect any tornadoes in this area, but I don't want to completely rule it out. I wouldn't completely rule it out just yet. It just, wind shear is going to be extremely low. I don't think the SPC has a 2% that far southwest. Look at their new update. Okay, they do have a 2% tornado risk into eastern Texas there. But it doesn't go into central, so that's good. So like I was just mentioning, you can't fully rule out a spin-up tornado in this area later on tonight. I still wouldn't completely rule it out here either, with any storms that fire. But it just doesn't seem like it's the wind shear is going to be good enough for them to produce any areas of rotation. You can see that's your hail risk right there in the green and the yellow. That's a 5% in the green, 15% in the yellow, so mainly a hail risk. Going back over to Memphis again, just not much of an impressive storm there. It still has a supercellular characteristics with it, so we'll see if it does anything. We'll just keep a very close eye on it and see which way this trends. And there goes a SPC MCD there for Texas. See if they mention anything about a tornado threat. Large hail is likely, isolated wind damage. That's what I was thinking. Any possibility for tornadoes? Nah. A severe watch will be issued shortly. Yeah, wind shear is going to be too low for these to produce any tornadoes. So we'll still monitor it. It's still a threat for severe weather, but that main tornado threat is definitely going to be focused over Tennessee and northern Mississippi today. Yeah, I'm sure it did, Caden. Yesterday, the GFS was a full-blown outlier. We went over that on why the GFS deterministic was an outlier. Let's see how much it uptrended. Oh, wow. Yeah, quite the impressive uptrend. Yeah, we'll definitely need to keep an eye on that for Sunday. Saturday and Sunday this upcoming week. About a week from today, could have a substantially more notable threat for tornadoes in the central U.S. It definitely does not look like a perfect setup by any means. Looks like your trough is considerably weak, especially on the main exit region. Lower level jet doesn't really get ramping up that quickly, so definitely going to end up with a few issues on that day. If the GFS is right. But I wouldn't be shocked to see the SPC highlight. What would that be, a day? Let me go check. Which one looks like the bigger day here? GFS Ensemble, Supercell Composite. Looks like Saturday, according to the ensembles, looks like the bigger day here. March 29th. So that would be a day 6 risk. Yeah, wouldn't be shocked to see the SPC pull a 15% tomorrow for day 6. Yeah, hail up to 2.5 inch in diameter, 70 mile per hour winds possible in central Texas, in this yellow MCD area from Shreve. Actually goes into Louisiana. I just realized that. All the way from Shreveport all the way down to San Antonio. Severe watch will be issued shortly. 2.5 inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds. And you can't completely rule out a very weak, very brief spin up tornado, although that tornado threat is extremely low. Another significant severe now. This is in Mississippi, and they've gone ahead and put that Tor Possible tag back on there. Tor Possible, 2 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds out here for Belmont and Payton in northeastern Mississippi. So make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows if you're in that area. And again, just going to keep an eye on any mesocyclones, areas of rotation that may try to form in this messy prefrontal mess out here, all the way in northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Mississippi, and southeast Arkansas. Few prefrontals that might attempt to rotate, but I'm not very concerned for them at the moment. So we'll just continue to watch this very messy cluster going into just north of Memphis. Keep an eye on that, and we'll see. We'll see if it's able to do a thing. Like I said, that lower level wind shear just isn't good until you get closer to Jackson. You're welcome, Jesse. Thank you for tuning in to my stream as well. And yeah, anytime. I hope to be in there a lot more often. Let's see. I do know a chaser on this storm. See if he has anything. Oh, I ain't gonna be able to find him on here. I need to get just quick links of every chaser. Let's see here. I believe there's only a handful of chasers out on this risk. There's not a lot of chasers here. Okay, there we go. He's trying to run away from the storm. Very messy storm. Oh, wow. Yeah, that looks about what I'd be expecting in Tennessee. A very, very outflow dominant high precipitation mess currently. Connor, our chaser, he's not chasing today. He skipped out on this, which I can't blame him. It definitely doesn't seem like a high-end tornado day. All these storms, I mean, they're just all clustered up. I think Mississippi might almost be fully off the table here for chasing. Just because of that wind shear issue. I mean, this whole area in here, I probably just wouldn't chase. I wouldn't even bother chasing tornado-wise. So, I would, like I said, I would really just go for this storm. Even if I'm in, say, like, the Houston area, northeast Mississippi. I'm still just going to book it north to try to get to this storm because that seems to be the one that's going to remain discreet and probably head into the best wind shear. Not going to be able to look at that from here. I didn't even know the Weed Whacker was out today. Where's Weed Twimmer? Weed Twimmer. See what he's up to. Of course, he's on the tornado warning. I want to see what he has. Well, that's difficult to see if he's got anything. Just looks like some clouds with some sunshine. Looks like something you'd see in in western North Carolina on a marginal risk day. Is he on this storm? He is literally like barely outside of the storm, so he's definitely on it. It's just not impressive by any means. Welcome, Brooklyn Catman. I saw you tune in just a second ago, Brooklyn. Sorry I missed you. But welcome to the stream. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure if this storm's going to do much with a lack of lower level wind shear. It might just end up being a bit of a hailer and wind threat. I mean, our peak begins here in 19 minutes. Our peak tornado threat starts. That lower level wind shear. Let me zoom in here. We're going to investigate this together. See if this is going to be anything solid. Yeah, I mean, right where this storm is, it's not a really good environment. Okay, we're not going to be able to get a photograph. Yikes. Look at that skew T. Terrible. Let's look at our point values. Yeah, so really just the only issue, and it is a big issue, is that 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear. And even your 0 to 3 is a little bit better. I mean, that's 115. So definitely no strong tornado threat present with this storm in the short term. But maybe once it eventually gets closer to... You know what? I didn't realize that till just now. Our wind shear is going to outrun these prefrontals. So this is actually not going to be much of a tornado threat at all. I didn't notice that till literally right now. So this might be... Yeah, see, that's where your good environment is. If we had Storm's Fire there... Yeah, shoot. I don't even know if you're going to get many spin-ups out of this. Yeah, just didn't realize that till now. I apologize. I had no idea your wind shear was outrunning your main ingredients. So your bulk shear is, yeah. It's issues at the surface, and especially in the lower levels. Yeah, but then you got a good lower level jet still, so. Yeah, lapse rates are good. 6.5 is pretty good. 7 for mid-level's good. Now, if you're talking about the planes, this is horrific, but for a threat like this, it's good. I'm not sure why Supercell Composite loves this area. I mean, if we like pinpoint here, that's a good environment. Yeah, that's a much better environment, but I'm not sure why Supercell Composite is very homed in on like this region down here. Look at those tiny little photographs, man. So you could get some very brief, quick spin-ups, but you ain't gonna get a strong tornado threat out of this. I wish I realized that wind shear was outrunning your main thermodynamics earlier. Still, we'll keep an eye on them. They are not They are not in the worst environment. This little guy right here, though, he's got some traveling to do. I don't know if that's going to be able to survive until it gets towards that slightly better environment. And we are now no longer with a tornado warning. No longer under a tornado warning anywhere in the U.S. Whoa! Looky there. 2.5-inch hail. Shoot. That, that's something. That just verified all the watches today. Just like that. We verified the hail threat very easily. And I think the wind threat will verify later on tonight. That tornado threat, I can see why they didn't go 10% or 10 sig now. I can definitely see that. I want to find that lower level wind shear again. I was for sure this had helicity. Oh no, you know what? I bet it's this model that has helicity. There's EHI. Maybe not. We'll do bulk shear. Supercell composites and oh, there you are. There's helicity. Yeah, so this is your 0 to 1 kilometer helicity. And you really want to have 150 plus here. And I'm just not seeing it like anywhere other than with some of these prefrontals in Mississippi, but they're messy. See that? They're messy. These are not going to be able to do anything. However, there is this one storm, this singular supercell that is by itself. And that is in a better environment wind shear wise. So that might end up being a little bit higher end of a tornado threat. Yeah, you can see that. Look at that. Newest scan there. Literally just seconds ago. That mesocyclone is starting to kick back up again. So this might be our best chance for a tornado today. Yeah, you've got about 100 between... I'll also use mesoanalysis really quick. Probably around, I'd say between 140 to 160, 0 to 1 kilometer shear. So barely enough to get a tornado threat going on this. Okay, what county is this in? This is in just near Russellville, west of Florence. So that's 1, 2, 3 in front of it. Pick it there. 130, 0 to 1 kilometer shear. Yeah, so I do think this area is slightly more favorable for tornadoes. Barely. Not this one. Let's go to Tupelo. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if this ended up with a tornado warning. However, that area of rotation might not be strong enough to warrant that. The supercellular structure, you've got a very, very obvious, very well-defined ZDR arc. Very easy to find ZDR arc right there. Let me look at surface temperature dew point spreads really quick. Lord have mercy, that is terrible. 73 over 46. What is happening? What happens to your dew points? Look at that at the lower level right there. So yeah, there you go. Really, really good. Really, really good hodograph. I mean, that's literally like the supercell we're seeing. So that's your hodograph right there. That's how cells would be in that area if they fired discrete. And if we go back to radar, keep that same drawing. Look at that. It's very, very close. Very, very close to what your hodograph shows. So that's a good example of why we look at your hodograph. But it looks like you've got an elevated supercell here. It's, is it moving northeast or dead east? Oh, it is moving dead east. It might be able to try to produce a tornado in the short term. Like, I'm talking 30-minute short term. But after that, it's going to become very much elevated if those dew points don't continue eastward. Look at the HRRR simulated dew points here. Yep. You can see it's fallen off of those great dew points right now. So there's your line is like right here. However, that warm sector is going to move a bit more east, so I wouldn't fully say this is completely elevated. What were those temps again? Not a screenshot. Ooh. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's fully elevated just yet. You can see those dew points, or rather that station's very far east, so I do think this will have an opportunity to try and rotate in the next 30 minutes to an hour. But after that, it might end up into that drier environment. We shall see. Is that a new severe watch? Yep. Where's that for? Oh, that's out here in Texas. So that actually doesn't include a single county of Louisiana there for that new watch, despite that very large MCD going well into northwestern Louisiana. No watch issued there. Let's see here. 2.75-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yep, can't fully rule out a tornado, but it is a very, very low probability. Very low probability for a tornado out here. Shreveport, your main threat will be later on today. Probably close to like 9 p.m. Central. Around 9 p.m. Central is when your threat will start to occur. Storms are probably going to fire right over Shreveport, so it's difficult to say exactly what you'll see, but the main threat is definitely hail and damaging winds. Can't fully rule out a spin-up tornado, but I don't think we'll have great wind shear down there for a good tornado threat. So mainly some wind and some hail. All right, see you later, Brooklyn. So we're going to keep watching these cells here. Two main storms to watch for tornadoes is this one in just north of Memphis. Once that gets south of Jackson, that's where better wind shear is. So once it gets towards the Henderson area, there's going to be some better wind shear in place. It may pose a tornado threat there, but a little bit less confident on that. And then again, tornado threat will be possible with this storm here southwest of Florence for the next hour or so. I don't think a strong tornado is possible anymore today. After looking at that wind shear and figuring out that it is not fully aligned, I don't think we'll be seeing a strong tornado threat today. I had no idea our wind shear was so misaligned until now. And it's not misaligned in the surface to 3 kilometer. It's really misaligned in the surface to 1 kilometer. Your 3 kilometer isn't as misaligned. And bulk shear is barely misaligned at all. So it's really your 0 to 1 kilometer surface helicity, which is extremely important for tornadoes. If you don't have good 0 to 1 kilometer helicity, you're not going to have a good tornado threat. Unless you have like a cold core setup or surface boundaries interacting or outflow boundaries interacting or something to do with vorticity, that could increase the tornado threat, but most of the time you're going to need that surface to 1 kilometer at or above 150. Especially for a strong tornado threat. I don't know what the largest warning for hail we've had this year so far, but I think 2.5 is pretty far up there. I can't recall seeing a warning for greater than 2.5-inch hail. We've probably had a warning for 2.5-inch hail at some point this year, but I can't remember one being destructive of 2.75-inch or greater just yet this year. So that's pretty close. That's probably close. Probably close to one of the largest warnings we've had in terms of hail size so far for 2025. Yeah, I believe we did bin for tornado warnings. I remember that. I remember a few, like, what, 2 or 3 tornado warnings had 2.5-inch hail. But I don't remember that on a severe. But like I just said, I'm pretty sure we saw a severe for 2.5-inch hail in diameter at some point this year. Just saying that we haven't had anything greater than 2.5 this year. Pretty sure we haven't had anything greater than 2.5. At least on a warning. It wouldn't surprise me if we had a report of 3-inch hail at some point this year. Let's see here. Yeah, so I'm not really concerned for any of these storms, honestly, in terms of a tornado threat. There you go, no longer tour possible for that one. So they're also thinking this is probably just going to stay elevated because it's moving into that area with lower dew points. So that's why you have a severe watch out in this area, not a tornado watch, because those dew points are lacking. The only reason why you have a tornado watch out here is because of this storm moving this way. That's why you've got a tornado watch out here. It isn't necessarily for these elevated thunderstorms in front of that main cold front and prefrontal storm. So today looks like a big hail day. That's what it looks like to me. Looks like a lot of storms producing wind and hail. I'm not thinking we'll see a great tornado threat today. Ever since discovering that our lower level wind shear is misaligned, my confidence on tornadoes went down very quick, because that's a major thing right there. And our line is probably going to end up being slightly messy tonight. So somewhere we could definitely see a tornado, a few tornadoes tonight. Somewhere in this 5% tornado risk right here, we could see a few spin up tornadoes embedded in the line, or just a tornado or two from these supercells themselves. But I don't see a notable tornado threat. Which is why they didn't upgrade it to a 10% or 10.6. So good on the SBC for realizing that. I did not realize that. Let's see here. I'm checking to see if that it really never really properly aligns. Like, your best wind shear stays either on top of or well in front of your supercells. Well, we'll be here for the next 2 hours, just sitting here watching these storms. And if anything does try, well, we'll definitely cover it. I think our greatest tornado threat is over the next 2 hours from here till 9. And then after that, things go upscale. We could still see a few tornadoes. Very brief, very weak in the overnight hours embedded in the line, but it's just not a really solid threat. Let me see. Oh, you doggone just jinxed everybody in the US, Ben. Good job. You're being banned. Ben's been banned. He said the Q word. Yeah, I think we're gonna have like 2 to 3 days of inactive weather. We've got a marginal tomorrow. I wouldn't be too surprised if we end up with a couple of damaging wind events tomorrow, or some small hail if storms can fire. There's some uncertainty on a cap. Well, no, cap's fine. Why don't these fire on the HRRR? I don't know what the HRRR is doing, but some storms will probably end up firing in southeastern Alabama around 6 p.m. Small hail, isolated damaging winds possible. Could see even a very quick, very brief spin-up tornado tomorrow. We've got a very coastal 2% tornado risk tomorrow. And then after tomorrow, we're going to be inactive on day 3, which is, shoot. Today's Sunday, so that would be Tuesday. So Tuesday will be relatively inactive. I think Wednesday will be relatively inactive as well, so that's 2 days. I think Thursday will be inactive, so 3 days. I think we'll have 3 days of good inactivity, and then Friday we could have some thunderstorms, potentially a severe storm or two in Texas. Saturday could be a big day for severe weather, depending on your trough. And then Sunday could be a very notable threat for severe weather, depending on the timing and strength of your trough. And then Monday, that threat may move into the mid-Atlantic states out here in Virginia, North Carolina on March 31st, with a big old squall line being possible in the mid-Atlantic states. Hopefully, we'll see which way that trends as it gets closer. But hopefully it's not another huge QLCS like the 2 threats. Then after that, going into April, I do not think we will stop. I think we're in for an extremely active April. I think April will be considerably more active than May. Unless we get that death ridge to build in. If that death ridge builds in, it depends on when. At some point, we should see a death ridge build in, or a very notable Omega block build in, either in April or May. I think there's a significantly better chance that that builds in May as opposed to April. So I think April will be more active than May in terms of tornadoes. Let's see. All right. Omega block is the worst. 2023 PTSD, man. I swear we had like a 2-3 week Omega block or a 2 week Omega block. Oh my goodness. I thought I was going to go insane. Just absolutely nothing to talk about and nothing to watch whatsoever. Don't get me wrong. I'm always in for like no severe weather, but just nothing at all. Like, literally, it was just dead quiet for, like, 2 weeks straight. I was starting to go insane. Evie, I do think we have the chance for severe weather. Maybe a significant severe event on the 29th, 30th, and maybe even the 31st as well. Moving from the Central Plains on the 29th and the 30th, and then into the eastern U.S. on the 31st. Calling it an outbreak this far out is definitely impossible to say. If we had some better wind shear, this sucker would be a major tornado outbreak, man. Look at these things. Everything looks like it's about to be a beam. This thing would be an absurd outbreak. Look at him. Holy. Okay, hold on. I gotta go post this to Twitter. Look at this. Gracious day. Let me go over to Twitter. I'm gonna tweet. Good thing we don't have good wind shear. That is insane. This would be a wild tornado outbreak, y'all, if we had that wind shear just a little bit more south. Thank goodness we do not have that. Because look at this. Like, all of these discrete, semi-discrete, clustered to semi-discrete, discrete. I mean, gracious day. They're everywhere. Okay, let me turn my watches back on. All right, I'll quickly talk about that, Evie, since I know you're a little worried about that. We'll go to our GFS 500 millibar trough just briefly. Gotta love Radar Omega. There you go. Select 500 millibar and it takes me to temperatures. So let's pull this all the way out to the 28th. So on the 28th, this is hard to see, but we'll get a little low pressure, probably somewhere in this area, and a very weak trough here. That could pull up some instability and potentially have a severe storm or two in this area on Friday. Going into Saturday, we'll see that trough traverse the Four Corners area. That could cause some severe weather in front of the trough on the 29th. The 29th, which is Saturday. Then going into Sunday, that trough should traverse the Central Plains. And then there you go, going into Sunday now, the GFS has a very large trough, but look at the flow here. Very, very weak flow in this area. You've got a lot of divergence aloft, so a lot of thunderstorms will fire in this area on this model run. So we could be looking at a very widespread threat for multiple severe storms across much of this area on Sunday. But an outbreak or a significant threat for severe weather, that's a bit more of a question mark. It's really going to come down to two major things: the strength of this exit region of the trough, as well as the timing of the trough. And also, I might have to go to College of DuPage to show you the second thing. Let me see if I can show you it here. I think those are the two main things, actually. The timing and the strength of the trough. The timing and the strength, yeah. Is there another one? Try to see if there's another question mark here. I mean, our warm sector looks perfect at the moment. Wind shear looks good. So it's just going to be the strength of the trough and the timing of the trough. If the trough's too fast, you might end up with severe weather too late on Saturday, which may cause more of a nocturnal threat and a slightly less tornado threat due to thermodynamics decreasing. That would also lead towards a more further east threat on Sunday. And if it's too slow, if the trough's too slow, then it may end up being a little bit too slow, obviously, in the morning hours of Saturday. And thus it wouldn't end up being as notable of a threat because your kinematics would be misplaced with your thermodynamics further to the east. But even if it is too slow, that could increase the threat for severe weather on Sunday. So if it ends up slowing down, we may not have much of a threat on Saturday, but then we could end up with a more notable threat on Sunday. And then if it's too fast, we could end up with an overnight threat Saturday, which would result in slightly less of a severe threat. Either way, severe weather is going to be possible. It's just going to be what magnitude. What magnitude of severe weather are we going to be dealing with? Let's see here. Good morning, Lucky. Ah! What?
Go!
You want to try that again without cutting out? We heard good.
No!
I'm just gonna mute that guy and spare your ears, y'all. You're very welcome. Okay, I'll unmute him now. He stopped screaming and breaking Discord's bandwidth.
What up, guys? How are y'all?
There you go. Ah, man. Another warning for 1.75 inch hail. It seems like everything's going to be elevated, and wind shear is misplaced today. So that's good. I mean, you can see here the potential that we had today was actually, if we just had some better wind shear, man. Ooh. Jeez. But thankfully we don't have we don't have a lot of wind shear in this area. Now we have plenty of wind shear to the northeast of this area into southeastern Kentucky, northeast Tennessee. But that's not where our best thermodynamics are, so it's misplaced. Is that a little cold core something going on up here in Illinois? What's happening up here? Those storms are not supposed to be there. Well, there is actually a bit of ingredients there. I don't think it's a good setup, though. Yeah, very low end. I wouldn't rule out isolated wind gusts with those, but I don't think they're going to be a tornado threat at all. So if you're just tuning in, basically what we're dealing with here is just a bunch of hailers. Just a very large area is going to see anywhere from 1 to as high as, rather as large as 2.75-inch hail. So we've already had reports of up to 2.5-inch hail in some of these areas. Severe warning for 2.5-inch hail here. So just a very large area is dealing with a lot of hail. Multiple reports of 1.75-inch hail, 1.25-inch hail as well. I don't think we actually got a report of 2.5 from this. I believe that was just a warning, right? Let me check. Radar indicated. So it actually wasn't a report. It was a radar observation of up to 2.5-inch hail here. But you can see 1.75-inch hail, 1-inch hail, another 1-inch hail report. 1.25, 1.25. This severe is for 1.75, 0.75, 1.25. So just a lot of hail everywhere. But yeah, if you're wondering why we're not seeing many tornadoes or any tornado warnings at the moment, it's just wind shear is displaced. So if you're just now tuning in, I'll go ahead and explain that, or maybe you didn't see it before. If we go here to our primary threat for severe weather, which is down here, we'll draw out the favorable thermodynamics, which is 1,000 instability. So that's where your most favorable area for CAPE is, right in here. And you can see that encompasses much of the open warm sector, right? I mean, eastern Arkansas, pretty much all of Mississippi, western Tennessee. But this is where it starts to get a little bit more interesting. If you look at bulk shear really quick, I mean, bulk shear, it looks fine, right? You have plenty of wind shear. But it's actually the 0 to 1 kilometer helicity where things are struggling at. And this updated. So we are a little bit better now. Your favorable wind shear has actually pushed a little bit more south. So there's this tiny area, right here. I'm going to draw it in yellow. This little area right here is where we have an actual favorable environment for tornadoes. And some of that is actually elevated because our temperature dew point spread is as high as 30 degrees. For instance, in northwestern Alabama, 72 over 46. I'm not sure exactly what that is, like somewhere around 25. Just a big temperature dew point spread there. So we've got just a small area that's actually favorable for tornadoes. And if we go look at that little area on radar, you'll notice immediately that these are clustered, and this is just a clustered blob. So we actually don't have any solid supercells. Now we do have 2 supercells here that are a bit more discrete. Those may be moving into a bit of a more favorable environment, so we'll have to keep an eye on those. Oh, and there's our first official 2-inch hail report. Oh, well, shoot. 1.5 to 2-inch hail report. Well, come on, like, just choose one. Choose one. Measure it properly. I can't even call that an official 2-inch hail report because it says 1.5 to 2-inch hail. Which one is it? There's a difference. 1.5-inch hail is normal hail, and 2-inch hail is considered significant hail. So, I guess, let me go to the NWS here. Today's the 23rd, yeah. Okay, they don't have it as a significant report. Yeah, they have it down as 1.25 is what they have it down as at the moment. Um. Uh. Uh. uh um. Lucky.
Hello.
It. New report map from the SPC just dropped. Is that not new? Am I just like crazy, or is that not new?
Wait, that's on
Is
the SPC
is
website?
that not a new SPC map right there?
This
Is
is on the
that
SPC.
this is on the SPC? Is this not a new
Hold up.
SPC
Let me
report
see.
map?
How do you get there? All right, so storm reports.
Storm reports, and then go to the interactive ESRI map. And it used to be a, oh well, shoot, now it's normal again.
I don't have it.
Nope, now it's different. Look, now I'm back to this one. See, this is what it normally looks like, and then this is the one
Man,
it
I
just
don't even have.
it
I don't even have
changed.
that.
And I just opened a new tab, and now it's to this one. What? It's changing on me.
No, it's because it's not loaded yet. I don't think.
Look, I'll close it out again on both of them. Look, you guys can see me. Watch, I'll press this one. Now it's normal again. This one I think's changed. Yeah. But I pressed this one and it was different just a second ago. You clearly saw it. I mean, you could see it. This one now has a different map. I think it's just a different map. It's not really a full different thing. No, because look, this is different. It's glitched. That's what it is. Look at that. I think it's glitched. Man, I thought we were getting something new. Dang it. Thought we finally had an update for from the SPC here. Yeah, because I don't think the description of this is supposed to be coded like that. Man. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and switch this back over here now. There we go. It's still different. Well, I've got a new map that's broken. Man, I liked it better, to be honest with you. I like the grayer mode to it. Man. It's just a broken map. False alarm. False alarm, y'all. I just broke the SPC. Nothing new here. Just me breaking things per usual. Dang it. Why do I like the broken one better, though? Can we just keep it broken? Maybe just fix the text on it and keep it broken. Because I like this one better. This one's a lot better. Okay, they also just updated that report. This is an official significant report. If we go here, see that triangle right there, Northeast Louisiana. So they did officially recognize it as a significant hail report there. So it's not a new update. What it is it's just the SPC breaking. It's just breaking. Oh, and that's another significant report there. 1.75 inch in diameter hail. So just a bunch of severe storms all over the place at the moment. How many do we have? 16 severes. Jeez. And now that is 16 severes because we got one here for Harper for 1 inch hail. South of Jackson still significant, 1.75 inch hail. I think like 3 of these are significant. Let's see. 1, 2, 2. And this is Tor possible again. Look at that. This one has gotten Tor possible again. For some odd reason, this one is Tor possible again. I say odd because now it looks like it's not hooking at all and is falling apart. Yeah. And now it's not Tor possible anymore, and there's your third significant severe currently active. Keep an eye on this one on in Tupelo as well. Not really moving into the best environment. These two here are moving into the best wind shear environment. However, I believe that environment's already been tampered with. If we look, yeah. So these storms already, they fired in the area that our newest severes are moving into. So they probably took up some ingredients, maybe even left a little bit of a cool pool behind. So they probably won't end up doing much because of that. But seriously, I mean, look at this. Like, if we literally just had a little bit more wind shear today, we could have been dealing with a completely different setup for tornadoes. Like, literally just that trough, if it was just probably, what, about 50 miles more south, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say like 50, 100 miles more to the south-southeast. Could have been completely different. Let's see. Okay. Another severe there. This one is in Canton and Pickens in central Mississippi for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Up to 19 severes. In the last 2 minutes, we got 3 severes issued. And I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually get a severe watch here for Shreveport. Generally in like this area here. Generally in this area. We do...
TRG.
What?
Me gotta go.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, chat. Love y'all, man. I know I ain't talk, but still. Love y'all, man. See y'all soon.
Bye.
Bye.
What do you mean soon? You ain't returning anytime soon.
Yeah, huh?
Are we
Once
going
I'm 100.
hang
Huh?
up? Are we hanging up?
Yeah, I gotta go. Like,
Okay,
I
bye.
gotta leave the house. What?
Bye.
Wait.
Bye. Yes.
Ben.
Bruh. I gotta go. Literally comes back.
All right. Okay. All right. Later.
Bye. This dude. What'd you say, Ben? What'd he get on you for? I'm gonna go back here. Okay. Oh, well. That wasn't there just a second ago. Yeah, okay. So they literally just issued a severe watch right where I was talking about. I literally outlined, like, generally... Oh, man, I'm not going to be able to get it again. It was, like, right in here, so... Like, right there is where I was saying they are probably going to issue a severe watch for. And, yeah, there's a severe watch. Let's see. Main threat here is primarily damaging winds and some isolated... Oh, actually, hail. Hail is by far the biggest issue, followed by winds, followed by tornadoes. So up to 2.5-inch hail. Wind gusts could approach 65 to 70 miles per hour. And a very brief spin-up tornado, possibly two, can't completely be ruled out there. So can't completely rule out a brief spin-up tornado or two. So this just looks like a very widespread, severe threat. In terms of just hail and damaging winds. It doesn't look like the highest tornado threat. The new HRRR really quick here. Yeah, I'll still stay live though for all these severes. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream with your family, friends, social media. Greatly appreciated to have all you guys here on Sunday evening. Currently 7:24 here on the East Coast. And like I was saying before, we're just dealing with a lot of severe storms, not much tornadic activity today. We had that one tornado warning 15 minutes into the live stream, and we've seen a few possible severes, but no solid areas of rotation like that ever since that tornado warning about an hour and 10 minutes ago. Yep, everything's very much elevated. And I do think some of these storms are also surface-based, primarily back here. I think these storms are actually more surface-based. However, the wind shear isn't great down here. Now, these storms, I'm pretty sure these storms are completely elevated. Especially these over here. I gotta find where's that cold front at? We're gonna find that cold front together. 500 millibars. Okay, it's hard to see where your cold front is exactly, so we could just go off of surface-based instability. So, we know your cold front's in here. Right there. I don't know where it goes from there, though. I can see your low pressure. Very broad low pressure, it looks like. What, in like this area here? Very, very broad low pressure. Or do we have two lows? We either have one big, broad low pressure, or we've got a double low. Let me go check the official WPC. A very broad low pressure. Got it. So we have a broad low up here. Generally up here. And that's extremely broad, but not strong at all. Then we have an occluding front that's going down here. And then it attaches to your cold front with this black line. And then it actually goes into another low pressure back out here. And then that goes into all types of fronts. We have a dry line back here somewhere, dry line back here, high pressures, like 3 high pressures over here. Like 3 high pressures in this area. We've got like 3 low pressures in this area. It's a whole mess of fronts in the Rockies. You can see all the little wind barbs. See them all rotating. You've got something here, something over here, something here, something here, 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 here. So a lot of fronts back out in the Rockies. I think we have 3 significant severes currently, up to 18 severes. 1, 2. It looks like we just lost 1 significant severe, actually. And there's our severe storm in north central Louisiana. That's for Farmerville. 60 mile an hour winds, 1.25 inch hail. Day 7 CSU. Let me look. I just looked over all the models. I didn't show you guys it, but I was looking over all the model runs for our upcoming... Why does it have a day 7 enhanced risk? Yeah, scrap that. Why does it have a day 7 enhanced? Yeah, they're definitely going to highlight a day 6 slight risk tomorrow morning. Probably over Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas. The Canadian has never been right, Rockets. We tested that with our last few troughs. I do think the Canadian could potentially be correct with the location of the low pressure being over Kansas. But I think the Canadian is way too strong with your trough for now. If other model runs hop on board, then we could have a much more potent threat for severe weather being possible. Out of all 20 deterministic model runs for the GEFS ensembles, I believe only one has a, oh, nope, two. 2 out of 20 of our ensembles on the GEFS has a trough like the Canadian. Day 8. Ew, no. Nah. It's all going to come down to timing. It's all going to come down to timing of the trough. If it slows down, then Sunday, or rather Saturday. If it slows down, then Saturday is going to be an overnight threat and won't be as significant. If it speeds up or stays at the rate that it's looking like on model runs, then Sunday is going to end up being a big day. Yeah, see, because the Euro's fast. The Euro's too fast. It initiates thunderstorms Saturday night, and then Sunday's threat is almost non-existent unless you're in, like, Kentucky or Tennessee. Maybe southern Illinois, southern Indiana as well. Whereas the GFS has near no severe threat on Saturday, and then it has a big threat for severe weather on Sunday. The Canadian has a big severe weather outbreak on Saturday, and then maybe, yep, another one on Sunday. So the Canadian has 2 severe weather outbreaks possible. So, see, the timing's different. One of them has a 1-day severe threat. The other one has a 2-day severe weather outbreak. And then the other one has a low wind severe threat on Saturday with also a severe threat in Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Illinois on Sunday. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. And that was looking at the Euro, GFS, and the Canadian. What areas are most prone? Tornado Alley. I mean, really, the entire central U.S., this whole area is prone to tornadoes. The Midwest sees frequent tornadoes, and in all 3 of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, you get about 100 tornadoes per year, if not more. Then, of course, you have your traditional Tornado Alley, which it's more, I guess it's more outlined like back out in here is what people call the traditional Tornado Alley, but I consider it more of a state thing. So like Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska. Let me go back over here. Yeah, see, look how much that's fallen apart. For the upcoming storm? Oh, okay. Well, let me go ahead and tell you. So, areas to watch for the upcoming storm system: Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia. Keep an eye on all those states. Could have an opportunity for severe weather. We're far out, so it's just a very broad area. It's a very broad area that we're watching. The SPC hasn't highlighted anything yet. And like I said, models are, at the moment, they're a little bit too inconsistent. They may not. They may not highlight that day 6 threat. Because our ensembles agree, but our deterministics do not. So that's the issue. I'm not sure what they're going to end up doing. It depends. We are up to 24 severes now. That's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 significant severes. You're scared of a threat that hasn't even been outlined yet? You might not even get more than light rain. It hasn't even been outlined. If the low pressure's to your south, you're going to get nothing more than some light rain. I don't think any model run... Shoot! The freaking European model run shows you getting snow. So, we'll just see. You're looking at something that's a week out when we can't even forecast 2 hours in the future. Let me go back over here into Nashville's radar site. Looks like we're getting some larger hail forming here. I'm surprised this warning hasn't been upgraded at all. Okay, let's go to move that. Well, might end up needing that one. I'll just move the Little Rock one over to Central Tennessee. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit greater than 1-inch hail out of this. That's southeast of Nashville. That's the storm that just hit you, right, Legacy? Oh, wait, no. I don't know exactly where you are, but the severe was a little bit more north of your city. Depends on exactly where you are. I don't know exactly where you're located. Let me go over to the Paducah radar site real quick. Yeah, but just watch it. That's all you got to do. Just keep an eye on the system, and if the SPC outlines you for a chance of severe weather, just make sure you're watching it very closely. There's no need to really worry over weather at all. You want to try to stay as calm as possible when tracking weather or keeping an eye out for severe weather. Which is definitely easier said than done, especially if you have like severe storm anxiety. But right now, if I had to just throw a random guess on who I think has the absolute best chance of severe weather on either Saturday or Sunday, as from a chaser perspective, the area I would be watching to potentially storm chase would be right in here. That's where I would be watching to potentially chase. From a chaser perspective, that's where I would be watching. But like I said, there's a lot of uncertainties. The GFS has that being a little bit more to the south and east. The Euro has that being significantly more east, more of over here. And then the Canadian has that being more west, more over here. The Euro's kind of going out on a limb, ain't it? Look at the Euro. That's because the Euro has 2 days of severe weather. 2 main days. The Euro has one out here in Oklahoma, Texas, then a secondary one out here in the southern Midwest into Tennessee Valley. Whereas the GFS has Sunday being a threat in somewhere in central Oklahoma, eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, generally that area. And then as you go into Monday, it actually moves into the eastern U.S. out here. A lot of uncertainty. I'll be watching it. I'll keep an eye on it and, of course, keep y'all updated. Jeez. It's a lot of severes, man. That is a lot of severes. How many now? 27. Gracious day. Look at that long, long, long list. Just a bunch of severe storms everywhere. And like I said, just imagine we had a bit more wind shear here. Just a little more wind shear and our trough a little bit more south. We would be dealing with a full-fledged tornado outbreak. Instead, we're dealing with more of a severe weather outbreak here. This is probably a severe weather outbreak. Considering we have currently 27 severes issued. This is an outbreak of severe weather here. Mainly an outbreak of hail. That's probably what I'll end up titling the stream too. Are any of these tour possible? Like literally any? No, nope, 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 nope. Literally out of all 28 severes. Oh, now back down to 27. Out of all 27 severes, now 28. Out of all 28 severes, we do not have a single tornado possible tag. Hold on, I gotta get you a full list. Oh, that's not the list. This is the list. Lord have mercy. There's all your severes. Look at that. Significant, 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 significant. That C is considerable, which makes it a significant severe. Thankfully, we don't have any destructives yet. Now, I'll keep that at the top left so you can see all those. Look at them all. I really don't think any of these pose much of a tornado threat. I mean, they're all getting clustered up now. So, what could have ended up being a very, very bad tornado threat ended up being more of a hail threat and wind threat thanks to a misplacement of wind shear. And that's huge. Misplacement of wind shear is huge. If you're wondering why so many stinking storms are firing, this whole trough has short waves embedded everywhere. We've got short waves from Ohio down to southern Texas embedded in this jet stream. There is plenty of short waves embedded in the trough. And there's really not a, because your trough is so far north, there's not like a very focused area of defluence aloft. Let me see if I can find that here. I think it's just a very large area of defluence. Let's look here. That ain't it. I know SPC mesoanalysis has defluence / divergence products. I just gotta find it. It's not something I use often at all. This might be it. Nah. Oh well. Yeah, we're gonna also wait for the new HRRR, see what that has here in a couple minutes. Oop. So there's your list of current severes. I think we just got another one. So that is a just a few severes, just a few of them, just a few of them. Now I got to get that back down to how I normally have it. Okay. Normally it's like this, one down, and then I'm put it at the bottom right corner. There we go. Fixed. Perfect. All right, let's see how many we are at. We're at 29. We are one away from 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. 30 severes, dude. One away from 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, that is just jaw-dropping how many severe warnings there are. So make sure you're still staying weather aware. We'll go ahead and just go over all these severes. I'll use MRMS, which I'm not a fan of. At least on Radar Mega. So we've got this severe over Town Creek. That's west of, oh man, Decatur? Decatur? How do you say it out here in Alabama? Southeast of Florence, Alabama. 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. 3 severes near Tupelo. 1 over Tupelo for 1 more minute. And there you go. We just lost 4 severes. So that just expired. So now we have one over Fulton for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Another one over Shannon for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds over Mississippi. Water Valley, Mississippi, same thing. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Coffeyville, 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Again, Mississippi. This is crazy. Cleveland, 1.25 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. That's for Cleveland, Mississippi. Benolt, 2 inch hail, so a significant severe. 60 mile an hour winds for the next 15 minutes. A significant severe again is in place, so that means make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and even close to your safe spot. I would recommend being close to that safe spot just in case things get too rough out there. Thankfully, no tornadoes are possible with these storms at the moment. Greenville, west central Mississippi, 1.75 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. I'm going to stay in Mississippi for just a minute. 1.25 inch hail for Rolling Fork, Mississippi, as well as 60 mile an hour winds. That is, again, not a tornado possible storm. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds out here for Pickens in central Mississippi. Pretty much all of these do not have TOR possible tags. Not a single one is TOR possible. And then I think the last one for Mississippi is this one south of Jackson, Mississippi, for 1.25 inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. And then we go on into Arkansas, Lake Village, Arkansas, 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Fountain Hill, 1.25 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Just south of, Warren, south of Warren, Arkansas, 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. North central Louisiana, Farmerville, 1.25 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Out here in just west of Athens, Texas, 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And then finally, 3 more out here in Texas. Harper, you're under a significant severe. Actually, this might be 4 severes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Might have 4 severes just generally in this area. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, 1.75 inch hail, all the way from Harper to just northwest of Curryville and south central Texas. There's like 4 severes on that one storm, man. We also have severes in Tennessee, just east of Nashville and Lebanon, 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And then 2 more severes. These are in Kentucky, just southeast of Mayfield, Kentucky, over Benton for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And then finally, the last severe south of Clinton, Kentucky for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. So that's all 26 of your severe storms. None of them are tornado possible tagged. And that's actually number 26. It just got issued there over Minden for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds, northwestern Louisiana there. Just so many storms. Look at them all. So many storms popping off. Severe watches in effect over a very large chunk of the southern U.S. We've got tornado watch actually just partially expired. So Paducah now outside of that tornado watch. So there you go. We've got a tornado watch extending all the way from just barely to the southeast of Paducah, all the way down to, turns into a severe watch going all the way down to southwest of Austin. So about 800 miles from northeast to southwest worth of a tornado watch / severe watch. If you're in this highlighted yellow here, all this yellow, this is your severe watch. That purple is a tornado watch. Another severe, so that will make 27. Yep, 27 severes. This one is an extension to the one south of Warren in south central Arkansas for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Let's go ahead and just look at radar sites really quick. Bit of higher resolution radar. Just to see if any rotation might develop. Any areas of rotation here. I don't see really anything. Everything just looks like hailers. Let me see here. No, wow. I forgot how bad of a radar hole this is. All of this stuff is in a radar hole. That's all in a radar hole. Even more than that. All of this is in a radar hole here. We do have the Jackson radar site there, so that does actually cover this storm, so take that out. This area. There you go. Big radar hole. And that, I believe, is your 29th severe warning. That is just east of Strong, South Central Arkansas. We're probably going to get one more warning here very shortly, which should make 30. We should get an extension into Crossett, South Central Arkansas very, very soon. And that does have quite a bit of green and red, so keep an eye on that south of Fulton. Or in Fulton, I should say. In Fulton. East Central Mississippi, Northeast Mississippi. Why'd you choose the name TRG Tornado? So TRG now stands for Tornado Research Group. I don't really say that often because it's not something I fully advertise. That's just what I chose the meaning to be now. But I originally came up with it, when I was like, geez, probably 11. Probably 11 for my PlayStation 2. So that's when I originally came up with TRG, completely different meaning. And then I started a clan on a game in like 2015. That clan consisted of a few members, meant something completely different. My name was a lot longer than that. And then in like 2020, I started getting interested in tornadoes. So I took my old clan name and I put tornado in front of it. And it was actually longer. Some of you OGs may remember it was actually TRG Eternal Tornado. Because Eternal was my very old gamer tag from PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360. So it evolved. It evolved over time. It evolved over time. And then eventually I've just stuck with it. I just like TRG for some reason. And I don't really want it to be fully known as Tornado Research Group. Kind of, it's more of just kind of like a nickname for me. Because Lucky calls me TRG, so he doesn't, when we meet, he doesn't come up to me and say, "What's up, Tornado Research Group?" So it's kind of a nickname, and then I put it as some initials. Because people kept asking me, "What does TRG mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?" So I'm like, shoot, I'll just give you an answer right now. So that's why I did it. But I don't really say that very often. I still just go by TRG. So, yep. And I think, man, I'm trying to think of how I got, let's see, like when TRG, when I first came up with that, and for the reason, I guess I just put in random numbers. I think I just put in, like, I think I just went through 3 random numbers and just tried to see with which numbers stuck the best, and then just flop that into a clan tag on video games. So it's weird how it evolved. Yes, I have played the old Twisted for about 5 seconds, and then I stopped. Because right when I figured out all of my cars didn't save and I had to re-earn everything in every single different version, I was like, haha, heck no. Goodbye. So I joined and left. I have started getting back into Twisted, though. The normal Twisted. Did I see what? What, Caleb? I don't know what that is. 28 severes. Did I see like dinosaurs? What is that? I think I'm, is that a game? What is that? I'm so confused. He's called. Oh, did I see dinosaurs? Buddy, what? I'm not Unk just yet. Dude, I ain't even 20. Come on. Went right over my head. Uh, man, if you didn't experience the PS2, I feel bad for you, man. Best console ever invented. Xbox 360 was very, very close, but gracious day. I had an awesome childhood. A very, very close competitor would obviously be the Nintendo 3DS. I'm sure most of you know that. That was also an awesome console. More of a little handheld thing. I'm not sure if that was officially called a console. PlayStation 1, shoot. I'm sure that was awesome too, but I mean, PlayStation 2, that's where everything was for me. And then I went to the 360, then I went to Xbox One, and then after Xbox One, just games didn't feel the same anymore. And then I found weather. And then games slowly started to just, I got less and less interested. I still play some games, but not like I used to. Not at all like I used to. Let's see. Legacy, not yet, but I've seen stuff about it. It seems like a really cool game. I need a blade eventually. Up to 29 severes. We've got 4 minutes to get one more severe, or we are gonna lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna lose 5 severes in 4 minutes. Oh my goodness, the Wii? Holy crap. Still got mine from, when did it come out? Let's see. 2006? I think I got it in 2008 or so, or a little later than that. I remember it. I didn't get it. It was for my older brother, actually. I was like 3 at the time. I bet the Wii is older than some of y'all in here. I bet the Wii is older than like probably half of the people in the chat right now. It came out on November 19th, 2006. Did we get one more severe? We're at 29. So it's older than Caleb, older than Catman, older than Sam, older than Legacy, probably older than Rockets, probably older than Cody. Not older than me. I'm right in that boat. It's not older than me. Man, when was when did the PS2 come out? Let's see. Why no tell me? 2000. Jeez. How about let's see this one. Gracious day. So from like 2000 to 2007, we just got all the best consoles in the whole freaking world. We got the DS, the PlayStation 2, the Wii, the Xbox 360. What about the Nintendo 64? I feel like this was quite a while ago. 1996, yeah. We went back a whole century. Well, we didn't get to 30 severes. We're still at... We've got less than like 30 seconds to get one more severe. I'm going to keep refreshing this. I think we're not going to get to it. We've been at 29, like, yep, there they all go. We got to 29 like 3 or 4 times, and then it just all resets because they expire. Oh, dang. We got a red MCD. A concentrated corridor of supercells is expected across the mid-south this evening. Lower-level jet is shifting slowly southeastward into the early evening hours on a southern fringe of a trough. Forecast sounding suggests some tornado risk where dew points have risen into the lower 60s as surface-based instability is fairly substantial within a strongly sheared environment. With time, this corridor is expected to gradually move southeast. So they're saying right here, this red area is the best chance for a tornado threat, but I doubt we're going to see much of a tornado threat in this, to be honest with you. Things seem elevated and clustered, somewhat clustered. You can definitely make out some semi-discrete supercells here. But I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of tornadic activity here. Like I said, still not a single tor possible severe. Not even one. Let's see. Yeah, you're welcome for that mod dome, Caleb. I should take it away. You wanted a refund. This dude wanted a refund. He said it didn't work. You may have gotten a tornado warning, but did your house get hit by a tornado? I actually don't know. That's a genuine question because you were in like 3 tornado warnings. I mean, I can take away your mod dome. It's called remove moderator. Caleb, did you get hit by a tornado? I'm curious. I want to know. You haven't told me the story yet. I've been left out. I remember seeing you in a tornado warning, and you're the reason I went live early, because you got inside a tornado warning. I was like, shoot, I gotta go live now. This mod dome's failing. So I went live. You know what? Thank you for reminding me. Tornadoes. Here. What was that? That was like, dang it, I don't even remember what date that was. Wasn't that like a day or two ago? Like the 19th or the 20th? All right, they confirmed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tornadoes in the Chicago Metro, the southeast side of the Chicago Metro. 1 tornado in central Indiana, a significant EF2 in southeastern Indiana, a tornado in southeastern Illinois, and 0 tornadoes in central Illinois. So all of those confirmed tornado warnings that we had and the confirmed reports that were probably all gust tornadoes or land spouts. Oh, 1. A very brief tornado touchdown. A broadcast meteorologist videotaped a brief tornado touchdown southeast of Canton. I've been mistaken. This tornado lasted less than 60 seconds. Uh, so that was to the southwest of Peoria. Okay, so we did have one in central Illinois. But the other two were gust tornadoes. Geez, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, and another one in north central Kentucky. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16-ish tornadoes confirmed from that day. That is definitely a tornado outbreak. But only one of those was in central Illinois. We did hit 60 likes. I appreciate that. Our like goal on every briefing is 50. Coverage, we attempt to get to 100. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. I do want to go check this. Okay. The lower level jet, I don't think it's really going to kick in like that. Our trough's going to get further and further away, so I'd be surprised if we ever get our lower level jet kicking in, per se. Yep, this is the strongest your lower level jet will be, so there you go. I was going to say, your trough's moving away from the severe threat. Your severe threat's down here, and your trough is moving this way, up into Canada. So LLJ will either maintain around 30, 35 knots, or it will actually decrease beneath that threshold of 30 to 35 knots. So we shouldn't have any notable increase in lower level jet. I think it will stay around that 30 to 35 knot area. I don't think we'll see any good uptick in tornadoes. Shoot, we may have covered the only tornado warning we end up with today, honestly, considering how elevated storms are. Like I said, I didn't realize until I went live that, that our wind shear was misplaced. The only storm I'm interested in tornadic-wise is this one here in Tremont. We have a little area of green and red, and that's about as much as we've seen today, outside of that tornado warning north of Memphis earlier. Lord have mercy, when did everybody and their mother go live on YouTube? Just realized that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10 people that I follow went live. Last time I checked, it was 2. Let's see. I need to follow more chasers. You know what? That is a goal of mine. I need to go and I need to clean up my subscriptions feed, and I need to go subscribe to more chasers. I can't tell you how many chasers I watch and that I'm just not subscribed to for some reason. That is a very wise idea. That would really help with finding which chasers are live or not. Wall cloud report. We got a wall cloud report on this one right here. That thing's got a wall cloud? Well, I'll be. There is a wall cloud reported on that storm. Okay. But we do have a wall cloud reported with this storm in Nelton in northeastern Mississippi. Every time I zoom out, I'm shocked by the amount of severes we have. Look at all those significant severes, man. Surprises me every time. Look at them all. Jeez. So these storms are really the ones that are very elevated out here. These are more of the elevated storms. Once you get more west into Mississippi, they're not so elevated in this area. This region here, let me go like right in here. There we go. Like right here, it's more of a wind shear issue. So you do have, it is storms that are west of this blue line are more elevated. These guys are more elevated. And then these guys right in here are more elevated as well. All of these dudes in here. There we go. So in the middle, there is an area where they're not as elevated, which is why we do have that red MCD out for a slightly greater tornado risk. But again, these are elevated over here. So generally in this area here, that's where our tornado threat is the greatest, all in this corridor. Why is it only a slight? Because it deserves to be a slight. I do think they should have went enhanced for wind is what I was originally saying, but a 30 sig hail also would have been extremely justifiable in this case. We are literally having a hail outbreak freaking everywhere. 2-inch hail, 2-inch hail, 1.5-inch hail, 2-inch hail, 1-inch hail, 1.5, 1-inch hail, 1-inch hail, 2-inch hail. I mean, they're all warned for hail. 2.5, oh, hi. That one's it's tied for our second largest warning of the day in terms of hail size. That's in Braxton, South Central Mississippi, 2.5-inch hail there. That is just 0.25 off of a destructive PDS severe. Oh, we are back to 29 severes. We have 4 minutes to get one more severe, or else we're going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severes. Will we get to 30? For the fifth time, we are back to 29 severes. We hit 29, then we went back down, 29, back down, 29, back down, 29, back down, 29, and this is where we are now, at 29. Just one severe within the next, 3 minutes. Yeah, that death ridge is not happening, Rango. I broke it down yesterday on why the GFS was wrong and why we aren't going to be seeing a death ridge. We might see a high pressure ridge, but that's normal. I don't think we'll be seeing a death ridge. A death ridge stops severe weather for a week or so on end. Same goes for an Omega block. Am I busy tomorrow? No. Monday? No. Why? Do I need to ban you? Spring break. If you're thinking about playing Fortnite, my stupid controller decided to break the right trigger on it. Yeah, it snapped off. So that was fun. So if you haven't seen me on Fortnite in 2 weeks, that's why. It's been very refreshing, might I add. I did get on it for a bit yesterday, and then I got off. It's awesome not playing Fortnite. But, I mean, sure. I can, Caleb. If you want to just give me a time tomorrow, I will. Rockets, I've been a controller player all my life. I'm not going to stop. Even on computer, I'm still going to use a controller. Are we at 30? 28! Now we need 2 in the next minute. 2 in the next minute. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. We're gonna go all the way back down to like 25, and then we're gonna have to wait. And there they all go. Well, nope. 27. It's gonna go a lot lower than that. Whoa, what was that? Hold on, I gotta go find this. Hmm. And is that all of them gone? Yep. We did get another severe, so instead of 23, we're up to 24. Or down to 24. Okay, that was from an hour ago. I was trying to see what this chaser said, but it was from an hour ago. I thought it was from, like, a minute or two. Well, just, Caleb, I don't know if there's a way you can message me at all. You could just type under the community post that I recently did. I'll get that. Maybe. Yeah, so we'll keep watching these two storms here in northeast Mississippi. But neither one of them are really rotating. We did have a wall cloud reported on this one southeast of Shannon. Yeah, y'all are saying Rolling Fork, but I'm... Okay, well, actually, now I do see that. I was going to say I wasn't seeing anything, but now I am. Does have a pretty good upper level mezzo on that. Rocket, stop stealing my words. That's what I was going to say. It's in the process of saying that, right? When he sent that message. Let me go over here to... I guess we'll just move the Paducah one down to Jackson. Yeah, there you go. Let's go over here again. Back up to 26 severes. I'm going to keep you guys on this view. I'm going to go check some cameras in Rolling Fork. Yeah. Very, very broad lower level rotation. Very, very broad rotation there. But it looks like it is rotating. See if anything starts to try to dangle down and touch down here. Let's see. I don't see a funnel at the moment from this feed. Oh, and that is now a tornado warned storm. There you go. So here comes the beep. We are back to a tornado warning for the first time in just over 2 hours. Gotta wait for it. It's for this storm. Come on. Come on, GR2.
Tornado warning for North Central Issaquena County in West Central Mississippi, Central Sharkey County in West Central Mississippi, Issaquena, and Sharkey County in Mississippi.
There you go. First tornado warning in about 2 hours. Now it's becoming more rain-wrapped, it appears. So rolling fork for like the fifth time, what it feels like already the fifth time this year. You are in another tornado warning now. We do have a view on it. It does not look the most impressive. It does look capable of producing a tornado, so there's definitely rotation with it. So you need to make sure you're in your safe spot. The rotation seems quite weak at the moment. So just make sure you're in your safe spot. There was also potentially a brief funnel with this as well, so definitely capable of producing a quick spin up tornado. And it is a discrete storm. Notice how discrete it is, too, by the way. Notice how discrete it is, too. You've got all these storms are very much close to each other, kind of clustered and fighting for the same environment. And you just got this one storm right over Rolling Fork. That's all by itself. I do not think this will have a long-tracked opportunity to be a long-tracked supercell. It might have a chance to be a long-tracked storm, but I don't know about a long-tracked rotating supercell here. Now the friggin' HRRR wants prefrontals. More prefrontals. It wants more prefrontals firing at 9. 9 and 10 here. You see that very small area of rotation going right for Rolling Fork. So just make sure, again, the Rolling Fork, Mississippi, just make sure you are in your safe spot. And like I said, we do have a camera on this. I can't show it. But apparently it did capture potentially a brief funnel and definitely has a wall cloud. And now it's rain wrapped. So again, just make sure you're in your safe spot. Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Small area rotation going right for you. Could produce a very quick spin up tornado, so just make sure you're in your safe spot there. Are we seeing... Okay, yeah, we should continue to see an increase in significant severe weather activity here. As the cold front pushes through, we should see and continue to see a lot of this activity grow upscale and strengthen, which will probably promote more of a damaging wind threat here in about an hour and a half, maybe 2. But still going to promote damaging winds, large hail, and a couple spin-up tornadoes. Definitely all possible. Let's see here. Give me just a second. I'll take you guys back over to that tornado warning. So we can watch that next scan, hopefully in 1 second. Probably not, though. Nope. Nope. Okay. So again, also a lot of rising motion with this storm, so it's definitely quite a mature storm here. You know what? That might even just be a funnel. Yeah. This could touch the ground shortly. So make sure you are in your safe spot. This looks like it's about to touch down imminently here at any moment, according to chasers and webcams. Ooh. And it looks like that is yep, most likely a tornado now ongoing. Most likely a tornado ongoing. I can't see a debris cloud, but 100% a huge funnel, if not a tornado. I don't see a dust cloud, so that's why I'm not saying it is on the ground. But it's as close as you can get to on the ground if it's not. It's very difficult to say. But either way, make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado's likely about to touch down, if not on the ground. Oh, I think I see a little dust cloud. That's what you have to look for, that dust cloud to fully confirm it. Let me go to here. Let's see. There we go. Wow, this scan's taking forever. There it goes. I still don't see a dust cloud completely. Okay, I see it. I see it. Yeah, definitely ongoing. Hold on a second. Sorry, y'all. I'm watching this chaser. I apologize. Yep, there's a report. Small vortex formed under a rotating wall cloud, as seen on the west side of Rolling Fork. And it's still ongoing. Doesn't look very strong. It's just a tiny little dust cloud under it. Like the funnel and the upper portion of the storm looks extremely strong. And then just there's no solid um, condensation, if that's the word. I think it is. There's no solid condensation to the bottom. It's just a huge funnel with a small little dust cloud at the bottom. This is now a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. So there you go. Tornado ongoing, officially ongoing out there in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I believe it is tracking barely north of the town. And it seems to be very weak. It seems to be very weak as well. Yes, it should be northwest of Rolling Fork, right here. Moving northeast. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Rolling Fork. Tornado ongoing. It will start moving barely north of Rolling Fork, and eventually, if this eventually becomes a long tracked supercell that we have to deal with for a while, it will take more of a northern turn at some point. So it will probably end up heading towards just north of Yazoo City, towards Lexington as well. Eventually, it's going to probably head up that way. It should turn more north. Let me see here. There's still a huge funnel on it. It's hard to confirm if it's still on the ground. From what I can see, it still looks to have a tiny little dust cloud with it, so I believe it's still ongoing. Just figured out another chaser I know is on this. And he ain't streaming. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a camera there. Man, it says the feed's down. It's still, I mean, it's still a huge sideways funnel. Huge in terms of horizontal wise. It's not like a wedge funnel, right? It's a very long funnel. Very, very long funnel. So it's not large in terms of strength, intensity, or width. It's just a very long funnel. And it's horizontal, which is very, very unique. It looks super weird. And I can't tell if it's on the ground anymore. It's behind some trees, so I can't say if it is or isn't on the ground. It's safe to just be in your safe spot if you're in Rolling Fork. Just better safe than sorry. It's a much thinner horizontal funnel now. Before it was getting pretty large, and now it's thinning back out. It should die out here very shortly because it's so thin. Most of the time when it gets thin like that, that's a dissipating funnel cloud and a dissipating tornado. Most of the time. We'll see if this one follows traditional dissipation here in occlusion. And it did! It's gone! There you go. It just fell right apart within 10 seconds. Right in front of this chaser. Hold on, I gotta screenshot this. Yep. It is gone. Tornado's now lifted. Well, that was not something I was expecting. So if you are in Rolling Fork, tornado just went off to your north and has lifted. So it's still an observed warning, but Chaser clearly has it lifted now. No, I didn't see any power flashes. I think it went north of town. I never saw much more than some dust around it, so I don't think it did much damage. Yeah. Yeah, webcam has it north of town. Chaser said northwest of town. So I didn't see any power flashes. I don't think it really went into town at all. It looked like it stayed to the field to the north of Rolling Fork, like up here. Somewhere up in this area. Maybe even more north than that. Maybe more of up here. Yeah. Yeah, maybe actually more of up here. Either way, I don't think it hit Rolling Fork at all. I'm quite confident it was north of Rolling Fork, thankfully. We are down to 22 severe warnings now. Still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 significant. And we now have a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning over Curryville, Texas. Of course, Texas is the first destructive PDS severe for hail of 2025. Pretty sure. And that just got issued about 60 seconds ago. Go ahead and screenshot this. Give me just a second. And they just continued that for another 40 more minutes. Okay. Just make sure this is all correct. Oops. Man, gotta love Twitter. So there you go. Now another PDS severe for another 39 minutes there. So I think that is the I think that is the largest hail we have seen this year in terms of a severe warning. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, if my memory is correct, which there's a pretty high chance it's not. But I'm pretty sure that that is the first PDS severe for hail that we've seen so far this year. I know we saw like three. I know we've seen like three 80-mile-per-hour PDS severes. But I think that's the first one for hail. Okay. Let's go back to that tornado warning. Again, still observed for 37 more minutes unless otherwise specified from the local National Weather Service. But Chasers and Webcam both had a tornado lifting just north of Rolling Fork along the along the highway 61 corridor. That is not an interstate, that is a highway there. So just north of Rolling Fork along the highway 61 corridor, tornado lifted about a couple minutes ago. Also going to keep an eye on this one here, northwest of Greenwood. Looks like these might be rotating a little bit more now. They are in a radar hole, so it's difficult to say if they're actually rotating a lot or not. Still going to watch that one near Smithville as well. For a little area rotation. Somewhere in here moving eastward. That would go eventually towards Detroit. And eventually south of Hamilton in northwestern Alabama. Right now in northeastern Mississippi. Severe warning for downtown Shreveport. If you're in Shreveport, Louisiana, now I just got a severe for 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, so make sure you're away from doors and windows. That does not pose a tornado threat. It's just a normal severe thunderstorm, so just don't go outside. Stay away from doors and windows. So as expected, things grew upscale very quickly out here. We were expecting these to go from more of a discrete mode to a clustered mode, and that's what they've done very, very quickly. I do want to see, let's see here. I want to see that HRRR. I haven't seen the 23Z at all. Oh, right. No, I did. This one has those prefrontals forming for some reason. We're still at 25 severe warnings, so we haven't crossed that 30 mark just yet. If you're just tuning in, we do have 2 PDS severe thunderstorm warnings in effect over Curryville in south central Texas for 2.75-inch hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds for the next 35 minutes. We also just had a tornado track just to the northwest, somewhere northwest of Rolling Fork in Mississippi. Quite a weird tornado. It was a very horizontal tornado that tracked through this area about 10 minutes ago. It is still technically observed from the National Weather Service. However, it has lifted. This should go radar indicated very, very, very soon. So that's why I keep clicking on it, because I want to change it to radar indicated as soon as possible. Outside of that storm in Rolling Fork, like I just mentioned, keeping an eye on 2 upper-level mesocyclones here, both in west central Mississippi, barely east of Greenville, Mississippi. So there's Cleveland, Mississippi right there. There's Greenville, Mississippi, Morehead, Mississippi, and the areas of rotation are to the northwest of Morehead and to the east of Greenville. Those 2 areas right here and right here. That's what we're keeping an eye on. So outside of those storms, there is some broader, smaller areas of rotation to keep an eye on out here in northeast Mississippi. Just a few small regions to watch. None of them look very particularly interesting, but just going to keep an eye on them just in case. Just to keep an eye on them. Maybe another one to watch there near Winona. Just some small velocities getting together. I think the one I'm most interested in right now are these 2. I believe these 2 are the ones I'm most interested in. Neither are tour possible at this point, but we'll see. Still an observed warning for Rolling Fork in Mississippi. Let's see here. Also got a new meso analysis, see if something changed. Oh, wow. No way. Hold on. Let me see if I can find exactly what product that is. No way. You want to know why there was a tornado in Rolling Fork? Here is... Obviously, the storm's now moving out of Rolling Fork. This is what wind shear looked like about 30 to 40 minutes ago. This moved a little bit more east, by the way. But look at that. Lower level helicity. A pocket of 150 lower level helicity. And remember, this moved a little bit more east, too. So this moved off just slightly to the east, precisely when this storm was going right over Rolling Fork. And in 2 more hours, that pocket, you can see that pocket? It's going to keep moving east, southeast. So it was literally over Rolling Fork about 30 minutes ago, right when that storm was over Rolling Fork. And you can see that supercell composite. If you look at supercell composite, there's a supercell composite of 8 right over Rolling Fork in northeastern Louisiana. And we just had that storm that tracked through that supercell composite of 8. There's more supercells that have fired in a supercell composite out here of 8 in north central Mississippi, but you see these are more clustered. I want to take a look at that more discrete one, though, on the southeast side right now. Yeah, so that's these storms all in here, and you can see they are very messy, very clustered, and getting a bunch of cell mergers. And this one's moving northeast, which means it does not favor tornado development. Remember, east moving, also known as right movers, east moving thunderstorms are the most favorable for tornadoes because east southeasterly winds can get around the hook echo and increase the area of rotation. Still an observed warning. They've continued that tornado being ongoing, which is, again, an observed warning now in place and still in place just east of Rolling Fork. Apparently still ongoing. Apparently a tornado still ongoing just east of Rolling Fork. I did not... Maybe it touched it back down. Let me see. I ain't got no view. There's no view now, and it's starting to get a bit darker out. 7:46 over there. But they did continue that observed warning, so apparently the National Weather Service still believes that's ongoing. I do want to go also check the storm up here. Yeah. It did get a bit tight for a second. I missed that. Those green and reds definitely were starting to get more gate to gate for a bit. Probably when we were looking at that storm in Rolling Fork about 15 minutes ago was this velocity scan. So that did get a little tight there. Not tight enough to promote a tornado warning or try to produce a tornado, but they were getting gate to gate at one point near Smithville. Thankfully, those have gotten less gate to gate now. Let's see here. We are going to extend our coverage for a little bit longer due to the PDS severe warning and also the tornado warning. If we do not have PDS warnings in effect after those 38 minutes, we'll conclude later. So we'll continue our coverage beyond the 3-hour mark due to the PDS severe out here in Texas. And now, actually, look at that. An observed hailstone of 2.5 inch in diameter. Look at that. So they know now that it's definitely capable of producing 2.5 inch hail. Which is why they warned that for just a little bit higher than 2.5. So, as expected, storms in Texas are big hailers. And that's what most of the story's been today. You know what? I really find a bit crazy here? This bad boy right there. Really, he had everything going for him in the environment, and somehow it just didn't work. Just fell right apart. Despite being in possibly one of the better environments today, just fell right apart. The main possibility for that is the lower level lapse rates not being that high. So that's interesting. I mean, that little cell was really in the main environment today. I don't know if I mentioned that. Another 2.5 inch hail report, southeast Arkansas. So, man, we've gotten a full-fledged hail outbreak today. I do want to go check that storm in north central Alabama. Just got severe for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to go directly for Huntsville. Main threat, frequent lightning, very heavy rain, some small hail, and some gusty winds. So nothing very notable, but something you don't want to be outside for. So make sure you're indoors, preferably away from doors and windows as well. If you are in this severe, going towards just south, rather barely south of downtown Athens. I really consider that downtown Athens there. So really Athens into Huntsville, make sure you're just away from doors and windows. And don't go outside. Do not go outside. Little area of embedded rotation starting up there near Riggins, Mississippi. I don't think that's going to do much, but we'll keep an eye on it. Remember, it's getting into an environment that's less favorable for tornadoes due to a larger temperature dew point spread. These storms are very clustered out here in west central Mississippi. So we're the only reason why I'm extending coverage longer is because of those PDS severes in Texas. So let's go get an analysis radar down there. Since ain't nothing happening near Memphis, let's go down to Texas. And there's the beast of a cell itself right there. See if I could load up a little bit longer of a loop. Get you some more data here. Come on, radar. There you go. So that's what produced your 2-inch hail. Yeah, you can see that hail spike. Wow, very, very notable hail spike there. So your radar scans through this area. Change color. So radar scans through this area, scans that hail, and then on CC, you can see it duplicates that CC in this whole area here. So very notable hail spike there for your PDS severe. Very notable hail spike. Now, at this exact moment, our newest scan, which was actually, we're getting a new one here, hopefully in 17 seconds, you can still see that hail spike is still very, very much notable. That's going to go towards Center Point, Texas. And remember, this is a PDS severe. That's a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. In this case, for a 2.75-inch hail. Imagine that, 7-inch hail? No, not yet. Not yet. 2.75-inch hail. PDS severe for 2.75-inch hail. Nah, you're out here in San Antonio, right, Ben? 7-inch hail would be insane. Yeah, that would definitely be very, very, very insane. Seven-inch hail. I'm trying to think. I think the biggest hailstone I've seen for a severe warning, probably 5.5, maybe even 6-inch in diameter hail. Definitely more than 4. I have for sure seen multiple severes more than 4-inch in diameter. So probably about 5. I know for a fact I've seen a 5-inch hail severe. So I'd say probably 5.5, maybe 6-inch hail is the biggest I've seen. That's what I'm gonna do, Caleb. The March 23rd, 2025 hail outbreak as it happened. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I did not expect hail to be this ridiculous of an issue. 8-inch hail is like the record. I'm pretty sure that's like a record, right? Anything greater than 5-inch hail is considered historic and will probably be in the record books, even if it's not the largest hailstone ever. Anything at 5-inch or greater diameter is probably going to be in the record book for at least that town, that state, that city, whatever it may be. Let's see here. Basketball? Oh my word, imagine that. Basketball-sized hail. 8 to 9-inch diameter hail. Gracious day. Dude, imagine seeing that on a warning. Basketball-sized hail. Oh, we're one away from 30 severes again, and we've got 6 minutes to get one more severe. I think that's doable. I think that's doable. Let's see if we get one severe. And we just lost one. I just saw that one expire there. It still says 29, though. Okay, there's that new scan. You can see still a very much notable hail spike here. Very much notable hail spike. I still don't really know why we got a confirmed tornado warning here. I mean, there is like literally near no chance that's still ongoing. Okay. So that PDS severe in Texas goes for 19 more minutes. That tornado warning goes for the same time, right? Yep, 19 more minutes. So after both of those expire, if we don't get any more PDS severes, then we'll conclude. As well as nothing that's too concerning. Like, there's still a few little areas of rotation that I'm watching, keeping an eye on. But as long as there's nothing that's really, really concerning. I mean, these could spin up very quickly if we had good wind shear. You can see they want to. You can see the large area of inflow. If I go back to that storm relative velocity, you can see the large area of inflow here and the large area of inflow here. So they definitely want to try. They want to try to produce tornadoes, but lower level wind shear is not going to let them. Finally, we are no longer at a PDS, or nope, rather a confirmed tornado warning. I thought the PDS severe was taken away too, but just the tornado warning. Still have the PDS severe, unfortunately. Now I gotta find it. This. Is everything good here? I haven't been on this scene in at least 3 months. Yeah, we're good. Just looking for any tiny mistakes. Yeah, we're good. So we are at a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Out here in Texas. I thought they dropped that, but they dropped the tornado warning. So look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. After 7 attempts, we got to 29 severe warnings 7 times. We finally have a new record for today at 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of those is PDS, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of those, not including the PDS one, are significant. So overall, 6 significant severe, one of those being a destructive. And just in case you were wondering, that's what it looks like on our list. Gracious day. So there you go. Yeah, today should have been enhanced for hail. I was thinking wind originally, but it actually should have been for hail. Hail should have been the thing to go enhance today. Should have had probably a 30 sig hail. A large 30 sig hail. I mean, it is literally a full-blown hail outbreak. We're up to 1 tornado report, 1 wind report, and 36 hail reports. 36 hail reports. Which I believe that's the most we've had probably since March 14th. Remember, March 14th had a lot of long-tracked supercells, so if you get a supercell that's producing 1-inch hail over the course of 4 hours and it goes over all these populated areas, you're going to get a lot more hail reports. As opposed to if you have 2.5, 2.75-inch hail going over a rural area of Texas where people can't report it. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and push this list back to normal, just like that. That's how I normally have it. Go down just a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Always keep that at the bottom right corner, so that way I can see what it is, what's happening. Dang, it's already 9 o'clock? Jeez. I'm surprised. It goes by very fast. Let me go ahead and do that. There we go. Okay. So no tornado warnings. I don't know how long that's going to last. Things are very clustered, so that's really good. If they were discrete, that probably wouldn't last much more than about 5 minutes. But thankfully, they're very much clustered. So, and there you go. We just lost 5 severes, just like that. Back down to 25. We're also losing some significant severes. You'll notice here, we lost, this is no longer a significant severe. This is no longer significant. This is no longer significant. I'm sure we lost more. Yep, this one's no longer significant. So we've lost a lot of significant severes. Oh, this one's no longer destructive here. That dropped down to 1.75? 1.75. Still a PDS severe, though, for comfort in Texas. And then we just got a new severe, random one up here, north central Kentucky, just east of Louisville. That's heading in the general direction of Lexington, Kentucky, for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Do we have a tour possible? I don't think so. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, you. We do. This one right here. We have 1 tour possible. Pretty easy to see why. We've got a little area of rotation with what looks to be a little hook echo forming right there. So we do indeed have 1 tour possible severe that I think was like just issued. Yeah, literally, look at that. Just issued. We just got a tour possible severe. Ben, we had a tornado go over, rather just north of Rolling Fork. Barely north of Rolling Fork. And then we had 1 tornado warning. 15 minutes into the stream, we had a tornado warning west of Memphis. Northwest of Memphis. And then we went 2 hours without a single tornado warning. And then once we got about 2.5 hours into the stream, we got that one barely north of Rolling Fork. And Rolling Fork was in the direct path. And the storm just went the tiniest bit more north. I mean, there you go. There's your report. And I believe our tornado went somewhere up there. Generally somewhere in this area. So I think it stayed barely north of Rolling Fork. We had a camera and a chaser who confirmed that as well. That it stayed outside of town. And it was very unfortunate, too, because right when that storm fired, we got an area of 150 0 to 1 kilometer shear, so that helped increase its rotation. I'm getting a little bit more interested in this storm on that newest scan in, what the heck is that town name? Goodford? Goodford? Okay, there we go. Goodford. Yeah, a little bit more interested in that. It is moving into a less favorable environment, though. Oh yeah, I forgot. We had an SPC outlook. Literally just came out. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go enhanced for hail. There you go. They did add a hatched hail risk, though, so we now have a 15 sig hail risk in Texas. Kind of surprised they didn't put an enhanced for it, though. Not gonna lie. Wind is still 15%, and then you can see that huge 15% hail with the hatched area again being in that green region. So just still a very large slight risk. You may be wondering, well, why didn't they chomp it down here to where those storms are fired? Well, that's because that's not where the cold front is. Cold front's up here. So technically we've gone through like 2% of this risk. Technically we've gone through like 2% because your cold front still hasn't even crossed through the area yet. And that cold front will take its sweet time. It won't get into central Mississippi where these storms are. Your cold front will not be in this area right here. Your cold front will not be in that area till about midnight or 1 a.m. tonight. So it's going to be a long evening and night, overnight hours if you live out there in Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. I do think our primary threat for overall severe weather will decrease rapidly around midnight Eastern time as instability decreases very rapidly. I think the threat will as well. I think our prime threat for all hazards will end at 10. So I think at 10 o'clock, our primary hazards start to decrease. 11 p.m., you start to lose more severes. Midnight, you're only left with a couple severes. 1 a.m., there's not much activity happening. That's what I'm thinking. You can already tell things are calming down a bit. We're down to just 3 significant severes in Mississippi and Arkansas. Now down to just 3. Is that still PDS? They just updated that. We are no longer at a PDS severe, so there you go. We're up to 31 severes, new record. New record by 1. We just beat our previous one by 1 singular severe, which I believe that one was just issued up here for this area, Town Creek, for 38 minutes. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Let's see. Which one you yapping about, Rockets? Is it the one over Sterlington that's tore possible? 32 severes, because we just got another one in Texas. Just west of Tyler. I do see an area of rotation with that, but, you know what's the issue here? We are looking probably about at least 2,000 feet up, minimum. 2,000 feet up, minimum there. And there is a CC hail core here. So if you had a tornado ongoing, it would be in this area down here with CC. And in order for you to see CC from this far away, there has to be a strong tornado ongoing. So I highly doubt we have a tornado ongoing there. But it is rotating, so it could produce a tornado in the future if it keeps on continuing eastward and strengthening. I'll do an exact measurement right now of how far it is. So that's the Jackson radar site. Actually, I don't need that anymore. While that loads, I want to go check that storm. Yeah, no, that's died out for now. Shreveport. So we're looking... Oh my goodness. I said at least 2,000. This is almost 10,000 feet up. This is between 8 to 10,000 feet up with this radar beam. So you would have to have a extremely strong, an extremely strong, probably an intense tornado to be seeing CC from this far away. So that even just made my doubt significantly higher. I would be mind blown if we had a tornado ongoing with CC there. Little bit weird here, but they did keep the quite large 5% tornado risk. The reason why I say weird is why keep that over northern Mississippi? Like that far north. I really don't see the need to have a 5% up here. I really don't see the need for that. Shoot, maybe not even that far south either. The wind shear is a big underperformance here, so I personally, I'm only interested in this area for tornadoes. That's where I believe they should have just kept the 5%. Literally a very long 5% right there. Because further south, storms, like I said, they're only going to be moving east, northeast for the next like 3 full hours. So by the time they start moving south, southeast, storms are going to be out of instability because you'll be going into the overnight hours. And then further north, there's like the Cape's already being used out here. There's not a lot of Cape left. The wind shear's low. The cold front's only firing very weak storms. So I do disagree with the 5% being that far north and that far south. I don't think Jackson or Vicksburg should be in that 5%, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion. The hail risk, that's definitely valid. And same goes for the wind risk. But the tornado risk, I'm a little bit unsure why they put that so far south and still so far north. Like I said, I think the 5% tornado risk should be generally in this area. Maybe a little more north than what I drew there. But you can see these storms, I mean, they're going to keep training over generally the same area there. So keep in mind, they're using each other's environment, right? You're having, like, look at this, for instance. Tupelo. Just around Tupelo. One storm there, north of Tupelo. 2, 3, 4, 5. So you've already had, like, 5 or 6 storms in this environment. So that environment is, like, it is very low now. And also being capped off. "33 severes. We're at a new record again. We're at a new record again. Monroe what? Let's see. Monroe, Louisiana. There's no way to know. That ain't close to a radar site, so you can't make that call. We'll see if the National Weather Service warns it, but it's so far from the radar site. And it's not in the best environment either. The best environment's off to the east. Like I said, let's put it in this perspective. Your Cape is down about 2,000 joules over Louisiana and southeast Texas now. So you've lost a bunch of instability in the last 3 hours. Western Tennessee, you've got less than 500 instability in Western Tennessee now. Most of this area here, pretty much all this area here has less than 500 Cape. Go to the Tupelo radar. If I can find the right one. Where? You said near this town here, but do you mean east of it or west of it? I see nothing. Still watching these two storms here, but like I said, they're going over the same environment that's been used 3, 4, 5, even 6 times. I don't see any good CC up here, tornado-wise. Holy moly. Oh my word, we are now down to just one significant severe in the entire US. Just one. And that's the one in Texas. So we went from like 8 significant severes, a tornado warning, and 2 destructive PDS severes, down to now, and we were at 33 severe warnings. Now we're down to 25 severe warnings and 1 considerable 0 PDS and 0 tornado warnings. We do have 1 singular tour possible severe, though. So the threat is already decreasing. It is already decreasing. We did get the new SPC outlook as well, so I'm thinking of concluding here shortly, or should we go a little bit longer? I'm not sure if we're going to get much lower than this. We might end up getting more tornado warnings or severe warnings. Oh, wait, let me see this. This storm's probably doing nothing if you're still focused on the one over Sterlington. And I'm not sure what Sam was talking about with the debris ball or possible CC. Hold on, let me get rid of my face cam for just a second. I gotta get something. Okay. So we'll just keep going for a bit longer here. Just going to keep an eye on things, but our prefrontals have already started to die out, which is good news. We'll just keep an eye on them. Yep, still down to 1 considerable severe. I do see, let me go back to Tupelo. Oh, look at that, 2.75 inch hail observed. That's near Curryville, was it? Yeah, Kerrville in Central Texas. Let's go back to Tupelo, though. Yeah, on any other, on any other high-end setup, like if we had a 10 sig tour or something higher than that, or some better wind shear, this would be an imminent tornado threat right here. Seeing strong inbound winds with some outbound winds. That would be a sign of an imminent tornado threat being possible. Because you can see the little indent right here. You have a line, and there's an indent where it goes north to south. So right here, if we were on a higher end day, I would call this out in a split second. In a split second, my eyes would immediately go right to this area. But thankfully, we don't got a lot of wind shear, so hopefully this does nothing. We'll still keep an eye on it. There's a chance it spins up, but thankfully we're not dealing with a high-end environment by any means today. Same goes for the one near Houston, a little area of rotation. Not really much because we don't have a lot of wind shear. That's really everything when it comes to tornadoes. That's literally what spins them. What? Just found out my driver on NASCAR got a penalty. That's why he performed bad. Where did he place? Where is bro? Man, 18th place, even though he got a penalty and he's not very good at Miami. Yeah, CSU is call it what is it? I was gonna say college. California State University, maybe. That doesn't sound right. Colorado State University. There you go. That sounds right. Colorado State University. That sounds right. I was gonna say I don't think it's California. Colorado State University. And then there was one in Illinois I was thinking of. Something in weather is something happened in Illinois. Some site I use often is founded in Illinois. I forgot, but CSU is Colorado, not California. Well, so much for CSU's 10% verifying. That's not going to verify. We didn't even get a tornado warning and it's 10%. And that is why we trust the SPC over CSU and, what is it, CIPS, KIPS, and NATO cast. That's why we always go with the SPC. It's still a good idea to look at them as long as you're not going to be confused. But from a forecaster's perspective, I'm going to look at SPC, NATO cast, KIPS, and then CSU. I'm going to look at those four things and then see kind of what we're dealing with, what all of them are saying. But obviously, I'm going to take the SPC with way more forecast credibility than all the other things. But if you're just like, if you're just the general public looking for a forecast, SPC, just look at the SPC, because don't get confused. You'll go look at all these other sites that I just mentioned, and then you'll just get fully confused on which one's actually the one you should be listening to. Just listen to the SPC. Jump scare CC near Houston, Mississippi. Holy crap, look at that hail. Is that what you were talking about? Look at that 1-inch hail. I hope you weren't talking about like a tornado jump scare or something. Or you talking about this? Oh my goodness, look at that wind. Look at that wild clear air wind. That's absurd. You guys see that wind on correlation coefficient right there? Sorry, Sam. Sorry. I don't mean it. I didn't do it. Wasn't me. We're back up to three considerable severes. 3 significant severes. Literally on any other day, both of these, if we had a good environment, both of these would be producing probably strong, intense, and probably even long track tornadoes right now. Because look at the curvature on these cells. Very, 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 very classic. Two very classic supercellular structures. If we look at ZDR arcing, very clear ZDR arc here. And not so clear here because this one's HP. Is that it right there? I can't tell. That one's more HP. I'm a little too far ahead, yeah. That second one, I can't tell because there's so much precipitation in it. It's currently getting a cell merger. But both of these would be probably producing tornadoes right now if we had more wind shear. So thank goodness that wind shear was unaligned. Whoa, gracious day. The tornado threat never really fully ramped up. Like, we got a tornado warning in the first 15 minutes of the stream. And then we had a tornado warning about 40 minutes ago. But we never really had a good tornado threat today like we thought we would. Everything went elevated. Everything went elevated. We could have had an outbreak of tornadoes, but things went elevated and our wind shear wasn't aligning correctly. So we had better instability south, and our better wind shear, which makes storms spin, were more, that was more north. So we didn't have a perfect area where we had both good instability and good wind shear. The main reason for that is because of the location of your trough. Your trough is way, way up here. Let me show you. NAM 12K. So there's your trough. This is generally what your trough is right now, and you can see your trough's way up here. So if that was more south by about 50 to 100 miles, we probably would have had an outbreak of tornadoes in that tornado watch area. But because it was not, we only ended up with a single tornado warning in the watch area. And then we did get one discrete supercell that happened to produce a photogenic tornado northwest of Rolling Fork. That was about 40 minutes ago. But yeah, your tornado threats died down. It never really ramped up to begin with. Like I said, we had that isolated tornado warning at the start, and then one tornado warning 40 minutes ago. It's just really still, it's a big hail outbreak. Especially in Texas. You got a lot of severes for hail in Texas. Actually, 4 significant severes in Texas. I think all of our significant severes are in Texas right now. Yes. Every significant severe is in Texas. Which is 4. All 4 of them. And we will lose 2 of them. And actually, we just lost one. So we'll lose 1 more in 3 minutes. And we just gained 1. So we're back to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll be back down to 3 in 3 minutes. But yeah, I don't really think we have much of a tornado threat right now. Just a lot of hail, some isolated winds, and we could see a spin-up tornado somewhere tonight. I'd say the best chance for a spin-up tornado for the rest of the day is probably going to be in this area. Probably right in... I don't know, it's all messy. It's all bad. There's not really a good area anymore. Because these storms are moving into a worse environment. These storms have all grown upscaled linear and they're a big mess. These storms are too far west of the best environment, so there's really not a good area for the greatest chance of tornadoes today. I guess we will just go with the SBC and say in here, but nothing really sticks out to me as a good tornado threat for the rest of the night. Yeah, the reason why you got a lot of velocities up here and it looks like this whole line's rotating is because of your wind shear. You've got probably 400 or so 0 to 1 kilometer shear out here. Let's go see what was observed on mesoanalysis. Mesoanalysis, 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear. Yikes. Yeah, you've got between 300 and 500 in here. But up in Ohio, you've got almost 800 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear into northeastern Ohio. So, man, imagine if we had that wind shear mixed in with our 3,000 to 4,000 cape in Texas. New MCD from the Storm Prediction Center for Texas. Hail risk appears to be converging towards the San Antonio area, with additional storm clusters further to the northeast. Hail will likely remain the main threat across the San Antonio area through the rest of today, in east central Texas and northern Louisiana through the evening hours. Storms will persist despite a slow increase in a capping inversion. Given the unstable air mass in the entire area, the cold front, and in front of the cold front, additional storm development may occur this evening with localized hail risk. So there you go. Mainly just hail. We're still very far. Oh, wow. We're actually. This is the lowest we've been in severes for about 2 hours. We're down to 18. We're down to 18 severes. I thought we were. It was feeling a little bit slower than normal. We've almost halved our severes in the last 15 minutes. Let's see here. I'm going to close out all these tabs. So we'll look at, well, as long as everything goes to plan, we won't be looking at the new HRRR mesoanalysis. We'll be concluding in a little over 25 minutes. A little over 20 minutes, actually. So let's hope things go to plan and I'm not needed here anymore. Well, there you go. We just got a new tour possible in Texas. So that's that tiniest little chance I was talking about of a rotating thunderstorm. It's now verifying. I don't think we'll see a tornado out of it. But I did mention the smallest chance for a rotating storm that could produce a quick spin-up, very brief, weak tornado. And that's going to be out of this storm here near Fairfield in Texas. But I doubt that's really going to spin up a tornado. I'm not too concerned about that. Another significant severe in Texas. So we're just going to keep getting these significant severes in Texas, man. They're probably not going to stop for at least another hour. Let's see. Yeah. The hail threat in Texas probably won't be completely gone till 1 a.m. Probably till 1 a.m. I don't know what the HRRR is doing here. The HRRR thinks that we're going to have a strong supercell. Out of what? Never trust this model, man. This thing's lying. It's right over the radar site, so that's too tough to tell, Caleb. Since when do you look at radar? Caleb never makes any call-outs. Unless it's over his own town. Or his own city. Jeez. Yeah, that thing had some crazy hail earlier. We just got a picture on Twitter from the hailstorm here in Kerrville. Some huge, huge tennis ball plus sized hail. Man, that's what I want to avoid in my life of storm chasing. I've already seen 2-inch hail, and I already realized right when I saw that first hailstone, oh heck no, I ain't chasing this ever again. Thankfully, I found shelter from my car. I ain't ever gonna try to chase hail. Yep, and they did just go tour possible for this one over Winona, which was one of the storms I pointed out earlier. But, I mean, man, I cannot tell you how classic these storms are right now. Even though they're embedded, this is a classic supercell structure embedded inside of these two storms. They are very classic. Literally, if we had a bit more wind shear, both of these would likely be producing strong tornadoes. Like, this is literally what you look for on those higher end risk days to potentially produce those intense supercells and intense tornadoes. I mean, it's just so obvious how classic it is, especially that first one. And the second one, it's a little bit harder to pinpoint because it's embedded in so many other storms, but it's generally like right in there. So very classic embedded supercells, and they're not even tour possible. Why? Because there's like no wind shear. And now that you're starting, we will start to get wind shear towards 10 o'clock up here, and that's why we're seeing a bit of these better structures. We're going to actually start seeing the instability die out and decrease. So we'll never actually get that true opportunity of both cape and instability overlapping. Which is why that tornado threat is not high today. Not looking at much of a notable tornado threat. Which I didn't figure that out till today. On stream, you guys saw me figure out that the wind shear was too far east of the actual storms. And that's when I completely quit saying anything about strong tornadoes, or a good tornado threat. Just to show you that SIG hail risk again, because I showed it on GR2, which doesn't portray it too well. Here's Radar Omega. And there's your SIG hail risk for today. So you can see they've added that. They added this about 30 minutes ago. They added that SIG hail risk extending from almost into the... Well, it is in partially the San Antonio metro, all the way back up to Longview. So that whole area now has the greatest risk of greater than 1.75-inch hail in diameter. Could even see some isolated hailstones as large as 2-inch in diameter. I don't think we'll see anything larger than 2-inch hail for the rest of the night. If we do, it would have to be within like the next 30 minutes, and it would probably come from this storm going into Fairfield, Texas. Another tour possible severe up here in White House, northeastern Texas. That could also produce up to 2-inch hail. That was tour possible, but they did take that off. So in 22 minutes, it will no longer be tour possible. Back up to 21 severes. However, we will lose 1, 2, 3 severes in 7 minutes, and then we will lose an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more severes in 22 minutes. That one is tour possible, and that is in Mississippi, which is a little bit more concerning. Was that recently upgraded? That was recently upgraded. That is the Winona storm, but it was upgraded for hail too. So, again, can't fully rule out a tornado somewhere today. Ooh. Also, much better hail core. This one's probably better than the hail cores in Texas right now. This one in Winfield, Alabama. So just, again, can't fully rule out a spin-up tornado generally in this area here for the rest of the night. Generally in here. And maybe a spin-up tornado out of these storms here and or these storms here. But it's a very low chance. I don't really expect to see tornadoes tonight. It's just a possibility. But I'm not expecting it. Well, that was a wild live stream, wasn't it? We started with one severe and one... No, we started with one severe warning. This is when we started. Right back here. And then after I was done the intro music, they added that severe north of Tupelo. Then we got another severe considerable here. Then we got a severe watch. Then it popped off crazier than the word crazy. I mean, look at that. So we peaked at 2 destructive severes, 1 tornado warning that was observed, and 33 severe storms. That was the peak today. Which is just crazy. Just crazy. Let's see here. Let's see. Sorry, I'm checking something else real quick. Gracious. Alright, back over to severe weather coverage again. Just for a little bit longer. We are quite a bit further up in significant severes now. Only 1 is out. Oh, actually, no, 2. We have 2 in Mississippi now. Where's that one? Oh, where's this one at? Okay, yeah, I already saw that one, but where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Hey, 70 mile an hour severe. I think that's the first of the day. Wow, tell me it's contaminated without telling me it's contaminated. Look at that sucker. It's a lot of contamination right there. But that is our first severe for 70 mile an hour winds today, I'm pretty sure. So, hail threat definitely overperformed. Our hail threat performed as easily performed as a 30 sig hail today. Very easily. Wind threat performed as probably a 15%. I think that performed as expected. And our tornado threat, a 5% tornado risk. It wasn't the biggest 5%. So I'd say we were expecting at least 1 tornado. Yeah, at least 1 tornado was expected today. We had a 50% chance of a tornado. 50% or greater chance of a tornado. I say or greater because that tornado watch doesn't include the severe watch probabilities across these areas. So I think the tornado threat barely verified. If we got 1 more tornado, I feel like that would verify the 5%. But I think it just barely verified, if not underperformed. So hail threat overperformed, wind threat performed as expected, tornado threat, we'll call it a slight underperformance, 1 tornado. We'll call it a slight underperformance on the tornado threat there. That hail threat was crazy, though. Like I said, I'm gonna title this something revolving around hail outbreak because we got a lot of hail reports. And we also saw our first PDS, first PDS severe thunderstorm warning for hail. Yeah, the tornado risk would have verified as a very large 2%. Yeah. If we just didn't have a 5% in this area, it would have verified as a 2%. However, looking at the morning observations and what we saw this morning, the 5% was something that was needed. If you looked at today's earlier this morning's model runs and the surface observations, compared them all, then the 5% tornado risk was needed. No, this would have verified as a huge 2% rockets. In this entire area, in this huge area here, we would have only had one tornado. Dead smack center of the 2%. So I think it verified as a 2%, slightly underperformed as a 5%. Because if you look at these watch probabilities, we had a 50% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 20% chance one of them was strong. So there was we were expecting one tornado in that tornado watch area, and we didn't get that. We did not have a tornado watch in the tornado watch area. Or what? We didn't have a tornado in the tornado watch area. Gracious day. Our tornado was here over Rolling Fork. There was no tornadoes inside of the tornado watch region today. Which, actually, I'm very shocked of. I'm very shocked of. I'm not even too sure why that storm in western Tennessee died off so quickly. I mean, that died off very quickly before it even got to the good sheared environment, so maybe the capping built in too quickly or something. I'm not too sure. I feel like one of these storms are going to just intensify very, very rapidly right after I end. So we'll just see. I just feel like one's going to intensify quickly. None of these storms are concerning. Rotation-wise. I'll come back, Jesse. Let's see, this storm? Yeah, that's full corruption. Yeah, that's full-blown corruption. I already went over that. It's a very outflow-dominant storm. You can see the bowing. You can see the hail spike contamination. So it's very much contaminated. It is also not tour possible. So big-time wind threat. Big-time wind threat with this through this entire line here. And then you do have quite the large hail threat here over Hollandale. That's all moving. Actually, I think that's moving east, right? Yeah, that's moving east. East, southeast, like this. For a second, I thought that was moving dead south, but no, it's not. Let's see. Gotta pull up a camera again. Yeah, you're not going to be able to make out if it's a wall cloud or not. With that camera. It's too dark. So, this storm in, oh, I forgot how to pronounce this. Amory? I think that's right. Amory. You're not going to be able to tell if that's a wall cloud or not, but it wouldn't shock me. Let's see, did they go tour possible? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But it is moving in a worse environment. But I mean, we've been watching that little area of rotation for like almost an hour now, and it's done nothing. I mean, we could go all the way back. Like we started watching it over an hour ago. Yeah, over an hour ago now, back when it was near Randolph, and it's moved across that whole area, and it still hasn't gotten its area of rotation together yet. So I'll keep an eye on it off of stream, but unless it goes PDS warned for PDS tornado warning, I'm not going to come back on. And even then, I'm not going to be up much longer. So I'll keep an eye on it for a little bit, but even if it does end up going PDS tornado warned overnight, I probably won't end up being up for it. But that's like a 1 in a billion chance right there, because this sucker is very much messy. This Hollandale storm, it's very corrupted, but it's strong. It's a strong area of rotation. But I don't think it's actually a rotation area. Area of rotation there. Let's see. Sorry, I'm switching back a lot. I'm trying to find a radar site that I'm not using so I can get it to the Jackson radar site. Yeah, so very strong rotation over Hollandale, but I'm like 90% sure that is corruption. Actually, I know it's corruption. Look at the pixels right here. You can see a little split in the pixels right in there. So I know it's corrupted. So that's definitely corrupted data. So not trusting that. All right, well, we are down to 19 severes again. Quite a few of these are significant again. Most of them are in Texas. We've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 significant severes in Texas, and I think 2 in Mississippi. 1, 2. Yep. So we've got 5 significant severes. 2 in Mississippi, 3 in Texas. Check another radar site. Oh, yeah, because one that's about 100 miles away is a lot better. Look at that, Sam. Perfect. I can tell exactly what's happening. Let's do the one about 200 miles away. Perfect. Can really see it. There is no closer radar site. So I'll still monitor that storm and this storm off of stream for a little bit, like 30 minutes or so. And if something goes absolutely crazy, I may end up starting an urgent stream. But if nothing pops off before 11 p.m. or yeah, I'll give it an hour. Nothing pops off before 11 p.m. Eastern, then that will just be the end of it. But we're going to conclude here in just a couple minutes. I'm kind of wanting to wait for another scan here on this storm. Yeah, corrupted. Very corrupted data there. That's probably for winds, Sam. It's warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds, and it's an outflow dominant supercell. Or line, not a supercell. Yeah. Let's go back to Tupelo really quick. Still doing nothing. Still doing nothing. Southeast of Tupelo. 2 more. Oh, and look at that. Wild B. Buddy, you just barely got that in. Well, that is a destructive severe, which right away requires us to be live until it expires. So now I will be here for at least another 30 minutes. So scrap that. We've now got a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Right when we were about to conclude. We were 6 minutes away from concluding. 6 minutes. But hey, at least now we get to see what new radar scans have to say. Make sure that's turned down. Yeah, we are back up to 22 severes again anyways, so we've got a lot of severes now. And they did go ahead and throw Tor Possible on that, just in case. just in case they did put a tour possible on that. But the main threat is by a milestone, 80-mile-per-hour winds. So that's now a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Third one of the day. First one for wind, but the third one overall of the day. So now your wind threat has definitely verified. So wind threat is verified, hail threat overperformed, and your tornado threat, in my opinion, slightly underperformed. There is a chance we see a tornado overnight, though. So if we do get 1 or 2 tornadoes overnight, that tornado threat would end up verifying. Yeah, most of this line's going toward possible now. I was just looking at that. You can see rotation, rotation, corruption / rotation, maybe rotation there too. So a lot of these little areas that we were watching as they're getting closer to the radar site seem to be trying to rotate. I don't think any of them pose an imminent tornado threat at the moment. So that's the good news. The bad news is they are producing damaging winds. So there's your PDS severe thunderstorm warning there. Let me see. Oh, that looks hideous. I was just going to try another color there for our PDS warnings, but the orange is just the best one. So again, that is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. For a PDS severe to be issued, you have to meet at least one of these requirements. So the thunderstorm has to be capable of producing at least 2.75-inch hail or capable of producing at least 80-mile-per-hour winds. So if you have a thunderstorm that's capable of 90-mile-an-hour winds, that's PDS, 80 PDS, 3-inch hail PDS, 2.75-inch hail PDS. If it's 75-mile-an-hour winds, not PDS. If it's 2.5-inch hail, it's not PDS. It has to be for at least hail or wind. It could also be for both. It has to be for at least hail or wind, but it could also be for both wind and hail. So you could get a PDS severe for 3-inch hail and 80-mile-an-hour winds and 3-inch hail. That would still be PDS. Welcome back, Legacy. I would have just started ending. Right now, I would have started out the outro music, but we ended up with a PDS severe. So we're going to continue for another few minutes. Yeah, Caleb? 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 There's no velocity. There's no velocity there, bud. That's not rotation. That might be a fake. That's a fake hook. That's the storm structure as a whole. You can have hook echoes without them actually being hook echoes. That's why we call them fake hooks. I mean, at least it looks somewhat like a hook, right? It does, but there's no rotation. So you can see what appears to be a classic supercell till you look at velocity and then there's nothing. Why is that? Why is there barely any velocities? Well, it's been our issue all day. All day. Your surface to 1 kilometer wind shear is, get this, 50. you need 150 plus is what we typically look for. It is 50 here. So you have like literally, you might as well practically have 0 wind shear because you really don't have much at all. This storm's capable of producing some isolated damaging winds, and maybe because you have almost 2,500 cape, or actually a little more than 2,500 cape, it could produce some small hail as well. Yeah, they have it warned for 1-inch hail, about 50-mile-an-hour winds. I agree with that. It's not very strong wind-wise. Yeah, a lot of these storms in Texas are dying off too. Oops. This is the only significant one in south central Texas. Now, we still do have 2 storms up here. My word, why does it do that? Zooms in, zooms out so quickly like that. So we still do have 2 storms up here in northeastern Texas that are warned for a significant severe. One is for a whole hour. A whole hour. How about this, Rango? I'll end it right here. There was no Tor E, period, end of discussion. And also, there's a big difference between mistakenly calling out a fake hook echo and falsely spreading information. Big difference. So either you quit it or you get banned. There's no in between. Fighting with a mod is very stupid because pretty much 10 times out of 10, I'll side with the mod. That is looking like it's spinning up a lot more. So we'll see. Unfortunately, it's going right over the radar site as it's trying to spin up. So that means we will not be able to see it, and it also means there's probably more population here. Yeah, there's definitely more people here. Thankfully, it made it over Amory without causing much of a tornadic issue. But you can see it's still over quite a bit of population. So once it moves a little more east, you do get into a more wooded area, but there's still people there. So hopefully this doesn't spin up. And like I said, if it does, it's going to be right over the radar site, which the biggest issue with that, the biggest by far issue with that is the fact that the National Weather Service might have trouble issuing a warning there. Because they may not know if it's a very strong area of rotation or not. So that's not good at all. And I don't think we really don't have any neighboring radar sites here. So it's not like we could just switch to a closer or a further radar site to see the area of rotation. For instance, you know, if you have a potentially tornadic storm going over like the Birmingham radar site, you could switch over to the Montgomery radar site and see if that shows a better view. But in this case, we have the Tupelo radar site, and the nearest radar site to Tupelo outside of that radar site is the Birmingham one, which is really far. So if we switch to that, yeah, that's not going to do it. So we're just going to keep an eye very closely on that little area of rotation to see if it spins up enough to potentially try to produce a tornado. And like I said, unfortunately, right over the radar site, so both I and the National Weather Service have no idea how strongly this may be rotating. From the bit of data we have here, it looks like that's broadened out more. It doesn't look as tight as the last 2 frames. So hopefully that is the case. But just in case, we're going to keep watching it. We'll still keep an eye on it. Close out all of this so I can unmute Lucky. Good morning.
Good morning.
I planned to end by now. I planned to end 5 minutes ago. But no, I planned to end at 3 hours in. But then we got 2 PDS severes for hail. And then 4 minutes ago, I was about to end, and we got a PDS severe for wind. So I didn't end.
Nice.
But hopefully I can end in 26 minutes. There's like 2 little layers of rotation in that PDS severe. The PDS severe is really the main reason why I stayed. Because that's for 80 mile-an-hour winds there.
Yeah. Pete, what up?
This dude.
Oh, Tyrion, can you mute me? I got something to show you.
Go ahead. What? I'm going to have to watch it muted, of course, just in case. Bruh. Okay, go ahead. I swear, Lucky. I bet I know exactly what you're about to show me. No. I promise you I'll be 100% honest. Because I told you yet. I literally told you about this yesterday. I literally said, Lucky, I have a new game for us to play, but it's $10. I don't know if you want to get it. I literally told you. Dude. I saw this too, by the way. We could do it tonight if you have time. Yeah, we can do it tonight at like 11 o'clock. Dude. So we're going to do a gaming stream like right after this stream, y'all. I would appreciate if you do the first one. Why? I think Lucky's gonna do a gaming stream. I know that's a bit of a far stretch, but I think we're both gonna do a gaming stream. There's my gaming channel right there, and I believe I've attached Lucky's. If you click on that, I think Lucky's might be there. I'm not sure. Ow, jeez. So we'll do a gaming stream in like 53 minutes. I'm really just waiting for this PDS Severe to expire. So just Control-C, Control-V as name, because I don't think you can click on it and view the channel. Pretty sure that's a mod thing only. Back down to 20 severes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still 7, 8, 9 significant. Well, it's not as much as we had. We had 33 severes, 2 PDS severes, and a confirmed tornado warning at one point. And then we got down to 18, which is right when I was about to end, but then things popped off again. So in 7 minutes, we are going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severes. And then by the time we end, we should lose an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severes. So we should be 11 severes shorter in 22 minutes. However, I nearly guarantee we're going to get at least an additional 5. Yeah, again, just not liking that little area right there. If we just go back to that Tupelo radar site, if I can freaking find it. It's just a little area of rotation, and it's too difficult to say how much it's rotating because it's right at the radar site. Are you talking about this one again, Rockets? Let's go over here. Is this the one you're talking about? If it is, then you very much misspelled it. Yeah. We'll just do 11, even though that won't... I can't send out the notification for it. That's fine. Okay. That's probably an ongoing tornado. That's probably an ongoing tornado based on how tight those velocities are. And that is a correlation coefficient. I believe we've got an unwarned tornado. And we've got a ZDR drop. And we've got, yep, 100% unwarned tornado ongoing right now east of Amory, Mississippi. Unwarned tornado ongoing. Yep. You can see that CC is fresh and very much new, so I'm 99% sure that is an unwarned tornado. Make sure I spelled it Amory right. A-M-O-R-Y, A-M-O-R-Y. Yep. Boom. And that's why we were watching it closely. Thankfully, it wasn't directly over the radar site, so we were actually able to see it. And it looks like that's over, hopefully, trees. Let's see. That CC's over trees, so I'm hoping that's true, and it's just over those trees. If it's more than 100 gigabytes, then it will be an issue. Okay, well, we got a tornado warning coming in now. 49 more minutes. Here comes the beep. I'm still going to try to stream on the gaming channel at 11. Let's hope this is a short-lived storm here. Here comes a beep. Come on. It's going to take a minute. Come on. There it is.
Tornado
Oh, it says
warning
1 gigabyte.
for
Sorry.
northeastern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi, Monroe County in Mississippi.
So we do have a tornado warning. We still have that PDS severe, but I'm going to put us at a tornado warning since this one is likely ongoing as well. So see, that's what I was talking about with it being a tough call. They probably would have issued that sooner had the radar site not been, or rather had the storm not been so close to the radar site, but because it was, they couldn't get a great lead time on that. We were still able to tell you, but that's a lot different than a warning. They don't want to issue false alarm warnings. We already have enough of that. There's plenty of tornado warnings that don't end up producing tornadoes, and the public fusses about it. But yeah, this one likely did produce a tornado. Just east of Amory, Mississippi. You can go ahead, Lucky, you're muted. Yeah. Why? This dude. The bats! The bats came out north of San Antonio, look. The bats. The bats. A lot of them, too. Yes! Yes, it was. Because that's what you do every single time. Every time I point out something to you, a day later, like, hey, TRG, I gotta show you this. And it's literally the same exact freaking thing. Yeah. This dude. Yep. Where's the new MCD? Caleb, there's no way you got an MCD that early. Where? There's no way you got that. Let me go back over here. Um, yeah, also this storm looks like it's trying to rotate too in north central Louisiana. Yeah, I do think that's lifted, by the way, now, y'all. Um, I don't think that's on the ground anymore in that tornado warning. Okay. Hey, I'm glad we stayed live a little bit longer. We went live. We stayed live just the tiniest bit longer here, and we got a PDS severe and a tornado warning. Swear, whenever I try to end things, pop off again. Like, look at this. We were literally down to just a handful of non-significant severes, literally like 30 minutes ago. And now that I've attempted to end, tornado warning, significant, 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 PDS, significant, 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 significant. It's like, bro, really? Oh, which that reminds me. That actually just verified our risk completely. So our hail risk is now overperformed. Tornado risk just got verified. Second tornado of the day. And then the wind risk verified as well. So, yep. The risk fully verified today. I do think we did need an enhanced risk for hail, considering we got almost near 3-inch in diameter hail. Okay. Well, y'all, even if this stuff does continue past 4:30, I'm probably just gonna head off anyways. We'll be live on the gaming channel, so no, not 4 hours 30 minutes, Lucky. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna end at 4:30 a.m. y'all. Yep, you heard it first. Lucky's decided to choose the best time for a gaming live stream is during a severe weather event, so out of the last 7 months, he chooses the day that we're dealing with severe weather. Nah, we might as well do it tonight. Cause you know your schedule. Something will pop up and then we'll never get to it. Yeah, see, there you go. Boom, he just canceled it for tomorrow. There you go. He literally just said we could do it tomorrow, and then he said, "Oh no, never mind, I can't." There you go. I don't need proof. They already know you lie enough. 11 more minutes to go for this PDS severe, y'all. Plenty of considerables. This stuff should really start dying out at 11. If it doesn't start dying out at 11, that's crazy. Because there's not much more ingredients after 11 Eastern. I still think we're going to see damaging winds and maybe a brief spin-up tornado or two after 11 Eastern. And the main hail threat will definitely be focused in Texas, but anything more widespread, like what we're seeing right now after 11 Eastern, I don't think will be the case. And like I said, we'll be live on the gaming channel, so shoot, I might mention some warnings over there if I need to. But we've already been here for over 4 hours, and this is a slight risk, which typically requires a 2-hour live stream, so we've more than doubled our required time for this risk. Which, that's not a bad thing at all. That's just something that I kind of set for the standard of the channel. Kind of a baseline to go off of. Now, in 2024, freaking every single day in spring and summer was a slight risk, so... At one point, we were live for like 70 days in a row. We were live. Every day we were doing 2+ hour live streams. Pretty much every day for 70 days straight. Would I do it again? Yep. I would do it again. Lucky said no. I said yes. I would do it again. Because, man, we're probably not going to have another year like 2024. I mean, that was the second most... Actually, it might pass 2004 in tornado count. So it was either the second most active year on record or the first most active year on record. Right now, I think it's still second, but it could easily pass 2004 with any more ratings we get. Which it's very possible we get more ratings. I know it's very close, Rockets. Unfortunately, I was on vacation during Milton, so I streamed from a horrific Wi-Fi hotel for like an hour or two with a terrible quality mic. I know, right? A vacation I planned 6 months in advance just happens to land on the exact day of a Category 3 hurricane spawning a historic tornado outbreak. That is my luck. 6 months in advance, and that sucker landed right on to a date with a hurricane making landfall. All right, well, that's going to expire in 8 minutes. That tornado warning will go off and expire in 38 minutes or less, so... Still stay hyper weather aware. I know I'm gonna end with a lot of weather activity, but I'm gonna go hang out with Lucky and then hang out with you guys in the gaming channel. So just make sure you're weather aware. There's plenty of other people live. Just make sure you trust whoever you go watch. Like I said before, you don't have to just watch me. I recommend watching multiple people. So that way you can get more ways to receive watches and warnings and more opinions on your location or what these storms and supercells may do. So just make sure you're weather aware. Just keep an eye on the weather, especially if you live in these areas here. That's where we're going to see the most severe weather activity over the next 3 hours or so. I'll see you guys in about 40 minutes or so, 11 p.m. Eastern. Me and Lucky will be on the gaming channel, and you're welcome to hang out there. I'll probably end up talking about weather at some point over there. I'm not too sure, but yeah, we're going to start wrapping it up here. This is just one of the many coverage streams we'll have on this channel over the next 2 months. This is March 14th was the start of our spring tornado season, and it's going to be continuing through all of April, too. There's a chance we get a death ridge, which calms things down in May. We talked about that in our tornado season forecast. But anyways, yeah, again, just make sure you stay weather aware. I'll just check these storms briefly. Just make sure nothing too absurd's going to happen whilst I'm off. So even though I'd like to continue, we are going to head off here. 21 severes, and we'll lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5, 6 of those over the next couple minutes. Stream felt really slow. For me, it didn't. This is, I swear, like the last 3 live streams that I did for coverage today, the 14th and the 15th, they've been some of the fastest live streams I've ever done. I've never had a fast 11.5-hour live stream like I did on the 14th and the 15th. Both of those flew by. And then this 4.5-hour coverage felt like 30 minutes. It did get a... Hey! Look at this. No tornado warning. Look at that. We still have that PDS severe, expires in 5 minutes, but at least we're ending without a single tornado warning. So I'll go ahead and head over to the ending screen. That totally didn't say starting soon. You didn't see that. And a bit of a flash warning in the background. I have to loop up the radar imagery back there. And there you go. So again, I'll see you guys on the gaming channel in 35 minutes, 11 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, mods, for Mon Chat, everybody, for tuning in here again on this Sunday evening. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Monday. I know that's a bit of a difficult thing to say for tomorrow because I will not see you tomorrow. So I hope you have a great Monday as well. I will not see you guys tomorrow. That will be break day for me, and then we'll be back Tuesday, and then probably going to have a 15% chance from the SPC. I wouldn't be shocked if they highlight that tomorrow for day 6. As we've got another substantial threat for significant severe weather on the horizon. Lucky, if you want to go ahead and say goodbye, it's greatly appreciated. I've got about 20 seconds.
All right, guys. Hey, we're going to be live on the gaming channel about 34 minutes. And y'all, from what I've seen, yes, you guys should join. It's a new game. Me and TJ have not played it. But yeah, tune into that. I love y'all, and I will see y'all in about 34 minutes.
Yay. All right. Again, thank you, mods, for Mon Chat. Thank you, Lucky, for being here.
Yes, sir.
And see you guys on the gaming channel. I'll have to schedule the live stream last minute, so you won't see it up until like 10 minutes or so. But anyways, running out of time. Stay safe. Watch severe weather. Thank you, mods, for Mon Chat. I'll catch you guys in Tuesday's live stream and the gaming live stream here in about 30 minutes. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.
Goodbye. See you later, brothers.
I'll see you guys in Tuesday's live stream. Thank you, mods, for mod and chat, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Stay safe, watch for your weather. Good.